Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's 14th of June, 2022. Welcome to the regular council meeting. And it's nice to actually have the dust finally washed off my raincoat. And we trust that that will get turned off at an appropriate time sometime in the near future. There has been an agenda circulated. Actually, I should mention first that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, we have had an agenda circulated. Would there be any errors or any additions or deletions to that agenda? Again, any additions or deletions to that agenda? Ms. Sirhan?
Yes, there's a deletion to the agenda. Is it 8.2, Tracy?
I believe it is 8.2.
Can I just have you scroll down? Thank you. So the allocation of the 2021 surplus depended on receiving draft financial statements from our auditor, and we have not received those draft statements as of yet. Administration is asking that we delete this item off of today's agenda. Administration feels it will either come before council at the June 20th strategic planning meeting where the discussion can take place and a subsequent agenda item can be brought forward to the following council meeting, or if draft statements are not available in time for that meeting, then this agenda item would definitely move forward at the June 28th council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Would anybody be willing to make the motion as amended? Councillor Melhoff, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Administration appreciates your patience. Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to item 3. That's adoption of the minutes. Those minutes have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions? Okay, Councillor Swanson, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried very much, or thank you very much. Brings us down to item 4, and that is a public hearing. So I shall call this meeting to order at, I'm going to call it 9:05. And I'll just outline the process to be used today. First, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it is told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we will take a moment to do introductions. And so I'll start with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Melhoff, Jenny Melhoff, and I am the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning. Good morning, Rick Emmons, Cio.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, planner here at Clearwater County.
Good morning, Della Bexon, applicant for the acreage.
Brent Beckson, also applicant for the acreage.
Well, thank you all. I'm going to turn it across to the Development Officer, Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. So the proposed application involves two titles of land on the southeast 2439.5. Brent and Della Bexon hold title to the southeast 2439.5 containing 135.83 acres zoned agriculture, as well as Plan 972-3235 Block 1 Lot 1 containing 21.18 acres zoned CRA. The Bexons have made application to redesignate 21.18 acres of Plan 972-3235 from CRA to Agriculture District A. The landowners have made application to they've also made application to redesignate 5.04 acres of the quarter section in the southwest corner of the quarter from Ag to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with a proposed boundary adjustment to consolidate the 21.18 acres previously zoned CRA back into the quarter section and then take out 5.04 acres that's being zoned CRA from the southwest corner of the quarter. The quarter is located 3/4 of a mile southeast of the hamlet of Leslieville. The remainder of the quarter section can be accessed from Township Road 39-3 and Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the south and east property boundaries respectively. The proposed new residential parcel can also be accessed from Township Road 39-3 adjacent to the south property boundary. There is a residence with an attached garage, a barn, 7 livestock shelters, and an ancillary building located in the central portion of the 21.18 acre CRA parcel. The proposal is to redesignate that 21.18 acres to from CRA to Ag and consolidate it back into the quarter. There are 2 barns located in the northeast portion of the quarter section, just west of the existing CRA parcel. The barns on the remainder of the quarter share the same service connections as the residence and barn on the existing CRA parcel. The application was submitted because the natural gas provider is requiring them to separate the services as well as to have separate services on the land. There is a detached garage located in the northwest corner of the proposed 5.04 acre CRA parcel that the property owner is hoping to create to replace the CRA parcel with once it's consolidated back into the quarter. There is a 1.19 acre residential parcel in the northeast corner of the southeast 2439.5. Previously, a previous landowner had applied to create a 12 acre parcel by way of fragmentation back in 1976. However, that subdivision was never registered under municipal approval. In 1979, the landowners asked for a time extension to get that parcel registered, but were refused by the Red Deer Regional Planning Commission. After 1979, there's no additional information on that parcel and how it was created. It appears that the parcel was created without municipal approval, which was a practice used when creating parcels that were fragmented by railways and registered road plans prior to the adoption of the MGA by the province. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed land use and boundary adjustment. The applicants are present and will be able to speak to the proposal as well. So I'm going to just get into some planning background here. So as we look at the county's MDP, section 3.2 part 3, we want to make sure that any new developments are compatible with the site and adjacent lands. 6.2.1, rural residential development is required to accommodate future population growth, and it should be compatible with adjoining and nearby agricultural operations. 6.2.3, Considering the proposed residential subdivision, the county may require that the subdivision demonstrate the following attributes. It's appropriately located and designed, and it conserves agricultural lands. 6.2.4, the county shall require each proposed parcel for residential development has legal access, legal year-round and physical access that meets county standard, sufficient developable area of at least 1 acre in size, serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. 6.2.5, the county may approve a subdivision for a first residential parcel out, and in this case it's Part B, from the largest agricultural parcel within a previously subdivided quarter section that does not already contain a residential subdivision. 6.2.6, notwithstanding 6.2.11, the size of the first parcel out shall be between 2.25 and 7 acres in size. 6.2.7, if it's an undeveloped parcel, it shall be between 2.25 and 5 acres in size. 9.2.10, the subdivision and development approval process. The county, through the subdivision development approval process, the county shall require road widening adjacent to all public roads. The constructions of roads and accesses to county standards require adequate setbacks from roads and require adequate sight lines. 9.2.15, the county shall require the development to meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. As we go into 12.2.3, the county may require a professional, the following studies to be prepared by a professional engineer: a geotechnical study, a traffic impact assessment, a water supply study, utility servicing study, a stormwater management plan, just to name a few. 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application to subdivide or develop land: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, including ag land, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, any responsibilities, any county responsibilities that may result from the development of the subdivision. Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the general purpose of the ag district for you to review, as well as the acceptable lot sizes for the agricultural district. I've also included the general purpose of the CRA district, as well as the acceptable lot sizes for that as well. Policy considerations: the main purpose of this application is to rezone 21.18 acres, the 21.18 acre CRA parcel to agriculture, so it can be consolidated back into the remainder of the quarter section. This will allow the services running to the existing CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section to remain as a shared connection. The land proposed to be rezoned to CRA is to allow for the creation of a 5.04 acre residential parcel, which will constitute the first residential parcel out of the quarter section. This application has been submitted in conjunction with a subdivision application to complete the boundary adjustment. At the regular council meeting held on May 10th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1121. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations and representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1121-22. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Bisson, you mentioned that the parcel that's being taken out will constitute as first parcel. The northeast already has one out. Is it because that one has been done so long ago that it doesn't constitute as first parcel?
So the parcel out of the northeast corner of the quarter section was done, we believe, by way of fragmentation. Okay. So therefore, it it shows up in our books as being CRA. It should actually be zoned agriculture, as all fragmentations are.
Okay, thank you.
I guess one question I would have, that fragmenting feature, is that contained within what is a fragmented, the larger fragmented parcel right now, or is it?
So for the parcel out of the northeast corner?
Yes.
So the fragmenting feature in 1979 or between 1979 and 1985 when it was created was the registered road plan. And that still, you can see it on the map there, it surrounds that acreage.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional questions from council for the development officer? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was curious about the road that's there, that's technically considered a municipal road. If this, and it was needed to give municipal access to that subdivision, if this was to be approved and changed so that was all one again, would it not make sense for the municipal access to be at where the municipal road is rather than all the way up to the house?
So Public Works had responded with comments regarding that. And yes, they're recommending that road, where it deviates from the existing road allowance, they would like to see it consolidated back into the quarter section. So go through a road closure process and consolidate it back into the quarter.
So that's no longer in our inventory?
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, I would ask or invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
All right, so from Fortis Alberta, Fortis advised that that no easement is required. They're the distribution wire service provider for the area. TELUS had no objection to the circulation. Alberta Transportation had no objection. The subdivision would be subject to the requirements of Section 18 and 19 of the Subdivision Development Regulations due to the proximity of Highway 761. And then Public Works Infrastructure. Public Works reviewed the proposed subdivision application and has no objections to the request. They did request that road widening be taken on the east property boundary and south property boundaries. And they also recommended that Road Plan 4719Y, where it deviates from the existing road allowance, be closed and consolidated back into the quarter section, and to have the landowners take over responsibility for that road. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on May 19th. The MPC recommends council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the subject land use bylaw amendment. MPC also requested that staff conduct some research into the county road that creates access to the existing CRA parcel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this time, I would ask if the applicants would wish to speak to the proposal, add any comments in support of their request, and or respond to any of the agency's comments.
I don't know, I really got nothing. I mean, we'll definitely take the road back. So when you say you come to the road now, is that where the first comes in the first creek? That's where it's gonna go, or all the way to the no exit?
So from the north boundary of where that existing road is on that road allowance,
Right.
into the property.
Okay, so we're like right at the 39-3.
Not right from the south boundary there.
Halfway.
The halfway, so
Halfway
that,
up,
that,
yeah,
okay.
that's right.
Okay, yeah, no, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. At this time, I would ask if there would be comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And seeing none, I would ask Mr. Bisson, was there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received. There was one letter received from Wayne Paderny. I've looked over the information that was provided, dated May 13th, and do not feel that I have any concerns or objections with the Bexons moving forward with their application.
Thank you. I guess I would invite any comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any comment from a member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, Mr. Bisson, would there be any written submissions opposing the request?
No written submissions opposing the proposal were received.
Thank you very much. I'd just give this opportunity if there was any closing comments the applicants would like to make.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward what we want to do, and we just basically want to have a ranch, a working ranch. That's it, all back to one, to make it make sense.
Oh, well,
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much for joining us today. I guess with that, I will close the hearing at 9:22. And no motions will be entertained at this time.
Okay.
So certainly thank you for joining us today. I think most likely we will be skipping ahead to item 5.1 at this time, which is consideration of second and third reading of Bylaw 1121/22 and application number 0322 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe I will probably be turning it across to you again, Mr. Bisson, if I just skip forward to that
Sure thing.
that item. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so the proposed bylaw 1121-22 is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate 21.18 acres of Plan 972, 3235, Block 1, Lot 1, from CRA to Ag to be consolidated back into the quarter section, and then to redesignate 5.04 acres out of the southwest corner of the quarter from Ag to CRA to replace the existing 21.18 acre residential parcel that's being consolidated back in. At the regular council meeting held on May 10th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1121 as required by legislation. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon your consideration, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1121-22. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councillor Cermak, please.
I'm still unclear about this fractured piece at the northeast corner.
Yes.
Is that out of the quarter, and who owns it?
So that is out of the quarter section. It was done by fragmentation back in in the early 80s, and it is a separate landowner that owns that parcel.
Okay, and he has access from the north.
That is correct. Yeah.
So then the other boundaries now will continue up to that and go around and make this a whole quarter with the 5 acres taken out of the northwest corner. Southwest corner.
That's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would move that we grant second reading of this bylaw.
Further discussion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Swanson, please.
If there's no further discussion, I would move third reading.
All right. We have a motion for third reading. Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That
Thank you.
takes care of item 5.1. I think, again, I may just jump around here a little bit today. Perhaps we can go to item 7.1. Is that possible right now, or we shy of the necessary people? I know, I see that. Well, maybe we'll go, we do have the CAO. We could do some CAO report stuff. And I hate to put you on the spot. You don't want me to fill dead air.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Good morning, council. Good morning. Grateful for the rain. Hopefully it's not in excess. The CAO report for June 14th. Number 1, Economic Development Officer update. The county's Economic Development Officer, Jerry Pratt, and several businesses will explore Nordegg. Met with Shane Schreiber, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Parks Operations, and Darren Townsley, the Executive Director of Parks and Operations in Nordegg, to discuss growing tourism in the area and interactions with Alberta Parks. Topics included permits for guided tours on parklands, the need for more campgrounds and greater diversity in campground offerings, preferably privately owned, sustainability of the area with increased visitors, and different types of recreation, the need for signage that links David Thompson Country with Alberta Parks communication. Rocky Mountain House in Clearwater County produced 4 tourism promotional videos for advertisement with summer with help of a grant from Alberta, or Travel Alberta. The videos can be found on David Thompson Country Regional Tourism YouTube channel and will be shared on social media. The Economic Development Officer surveyed larger local employers about staffing issues. 4 businesses responded saying that attracting and retaining skilled employees have been problematic for years. But there are difficulties in hiring entry-level labor positions as well, even though companies that are not in the oil and gas sector and have not had turnover concerns for several years are seeing greater competition for employees, increased turnover since January. One area beyond businesses' control is the tight housing and rental markets that currently exist in the region, making it challenging for new staff to find a place to live. This is impacting the amount of work companies can perform or bid on and limits potential for expansion. The Economic Development Officers for Clearwater County, Rocky Mountain House, and the Rocky Mountain House Chamber of Commerce are developing a Love Local, Support Local campaign for the summer. It will focus on rewarding people who visit stores and restaurants and share a selfie at the business. The Instagram feed tag is #LoveLocalSelfies. Advertising will start mid-June. Number 2, the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention is pleased to announce that it will be delivering part 1 of the Building Safer Communities training in September 2022. The virtual training will provide participants with the necessary understanding, knowledge, and practice implications to prepare a community safety and well-being plan in collaboration with community partners. Upon completion of the training, participants will understand key terms and concepts in community safety and well-being, practice of community safety in developing CSWB plans, useful tools and resources. The 12-hour virtual training will be delivered over 3 4-hour sessions. These sessions will be on Monday, September 12th, Monday, September 19th, and Monday, September 26th. The third item on the Cio Report is Bill 21, the Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2022 received royal assent on May 31st, 2022. Amendments involving Part 4 and Part 8 of the MGA have been delayed, coming into force date of August 1st, 2022, and some assessment and tax amendments will come into force at a later date yet to be determined. Bill 21 amended both the MGA and the Local Authorities Election Act. Meanwhile, Municipal Affairs also considered subdivision and development regulation, the subdivision and development appeal board regulation, and the subdivision and development appeal regulation into a single regulation. Attached is an implementation sheet detailing what has changed. Number 4 for council's review is the recently updated logo to create a strong, recognizable, professional brand. As council can see before you, the change is negligible to the design, but it does, I think, pops Clearwater County more effectively. The simplified version will save money when purchasing apparel, marketing, and publication materials. Any new signs and decals and printed material ordered will include the new logo. Existing signage, i.e. building signs, municipal entrance signs, do not require updating since the changes are minor. Rural Health Professionals Act plan is launching registration for the 2022 Health Provider Attraction and Retention Conference, taking place October 4th to 6th in Drayton Valley at the community's Clean Energy Technology Center. The conference will feature 3 days of learning, sharing, and reconnection. The theme for the conference will be put on your perspectives, looking through the rural lenses. And the sheet I spoke of earlier is attached.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the CAO report? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we need to register and or approve council attending the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention workshops and the RPAP conference? And I would move that we do that if we need approval.
Short answer, yes, Councillor Melhoff. For any of those councillors that are already attached to those committees, of course, approval is not required. But if your motion is you'd like to open up the invitation to anyone on council, then yes.
Personally, I would like to attend both. I am on the attraction retention team, so I would like to attend to represent council there. But obviously, if anybody else would like to attend, that'd be great too.
So I guess, are you making?
Yes.
Are you making motions, two
Yes.
motions then?
Two of them.
Two motions. Let's maybe deal with one at a time, and then we can get a level of support for one or both later. But first motion then is to?
Allow council to participate in the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, Building Safer Communities training taking place in September.
Okay, further discussion on that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. Is it the intention that this is how open is this conference? My first thought, was it just for staff or could council as well? But there's also some community members that may benefit from this as well. I'm thinking of Crime Watch and CPAC. If there would be openings for representatives from those groups.
And I would direct that question, I think, to Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So this motion would only be applicable to council itself, Councillor Ratcliffe. Those other groups, it's on their authority. And staff is not involved in the governance level. So this truly would be for Clearwater County Council.
Do we know the costs for this?
$300.
Right. Thank you. That's all I had on that.
Any additional questions on the motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then Councillor Melhoff, you had a second motion perhaps?
Motion to authorize any other councillors outside of the healthcare attraction and retention team to attend the RPAP conference in October, should they wish to do so.
Okay, any questions relating to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Any additional questions for the CAO report? Deputy Reeve, Northcott, please.
No, it's, thank you very much, Reeve. Just a comment here for so it was in regards to the Nordegg area, but the need for more campgrounds and greater diversity in campground offerings. And then in brackets, it does say preferably privately owned. Don't know if I would totally agree with that comment to be privately owned, especially in that area. And I was just wondering if there's been any discussion with the expansions or modernizing of like the existing campgrounds that are provincially owned in that area, just to keep everything just in a more structured, organized way in that area.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Reeve Northcott. The privately owned was provincial. Their perspective is to promote private enterprise out. About a year and a half ago, I had several conversations with Alberta Parks, also including Mr. Don Livingston. We were working together, and Kurt Magnus, Director of Operations, was involved as well with the upgrading and enhancement of Fish Creek to bring that to a larger site facility so that it accommodated the larger fifth wheels and motorhomes that exist today and also are fully serviced. Clearwater County itself has done some preliminary work looking at what it would take to upgrade our Shunda Creek campground out west. There are, I will say, dated engineers' estimates on that project because that was probably 4 years ago now, memory served, that included upgrading the sizes of those, including a shower house and some amenities there as well. But there's been no discussions from past councils on going forward on those plans. But they were looked at.
Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, I believe, has a question, then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have two questions, and it may not be fair to ask the first one, but from the meeting with Alberta Parks, is there any follow-on action that we can expect from these topics?
I would say Councillor Ratcliffe, simply because it was an information session. They were informing us of their plans to enhance their Fish Creek campground and what a partnership could look like. They were also interested in the feasibility of tying into the Nordegg sewer system rather than have a standalone. Long-term operational costs would go down, but of course a force main is very expensive. And they proceeded with their plans. I don't know the result, whether they ever did tie into a Nordegg force main or if they chose a standalone. I wasn't included in those conversations, but so I would propose not.
Okay, thank you. All right. My second question is about the housing market accommodations for employees. This isn't something that's really new. From previous councils, is there any action or potential actions that might be taken to help resolve that issue?
So Council's Nordegg design development guidelines actually require second floors for staff housing. So building businesses in Nordegg, part of the plan is to accommodate for that staff housing, because the last thing we wanted to do is we wanted to learn from our neighbors, and truly an area like Banff, that has been a challenge. The price of property there to attract service workers is neon to impossible. So Council's Nordegg development guidelines actually include staff housing. For an interim solution, Public Works has worked with the community and allows mobile homes as staff housing, even though they don't meet meet the design guidelines, but it's a temporary solution. You know, they recently built the trailer park as well as another level of affordable homes. So with the development of Nordegg, that's been a conscious part of the planning going forward. And as Nordegg gets developed with the design guidelines, that staff housing is included in those new buildings as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
This is more just a comment than a question, and that is, in reading with all the economic development that's happening out in Nordegg, again, to put it on council's agenda to go out and do a council tour and to identify that and possibly do that after July 11th.
Any additional questions for the CEO? I might just have one so I can forever hold my peace. Looking at the two logos side by side, I am hard pressed to see any changes. And I'd kind of like to understand how one, I mean, the idea there is that it saves money and perhaps maybe, can I dig a little deeper into that? Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. Perhaps I can help with that a little bit. We consulted with some design professionals on it, and what we were finding with the older logo is there was a lot of detail to it that, for instance, if you were doing apparel and you were looking for a stitched logo, it was taking an incredible amount of thread stitches to pull all that detail into there. So essentially the second version of the logo, the modernized one, smooths out those lines a little bit. And if you'll notice around the outer ring of the circle, there was a tiny little ring there. We've eliminated that because again, that was extra work and cost to bring that in. So I think where we ended up is something that just smooths out a little bit, the logo overall, and just reduces those costs and just makes it simpler without really changing the look and feel of the logo.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I can see that there, and I did notice some subtle differences. I just wanted to make sure that I had that knowledge set so I could communicate that if somebody asked me at a later date. So I appreciate that very much. Any further questions for the CEO report? Again, I would be looking for a motion to adopt the CAO report or for information. Councillor Graham? Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And recognizing we do have a solid 10 o'clock appointment here, it might be an appropriate time, and I do appreciate Mr. Magnus and team joining us today to use that time effectively. But I think we'll just call a recess right now and be back here at 10 o'clock. Well, welcome back, everyone. On to item 4.2 on our agenda today, and that is a public hearing relating to bylaw 1119/22. So I'll call the meeting to order at 10:01. And I'll just outline the process that we shall use. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members may have opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And to start off, Mr. Riaz will outline the background to the application.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Charmin Pashulka, Development Officer, will be presenting this item to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. The purpose of bylaw 1119/22 is to add the new district to Clearwater County's land use bylaw, the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial Retail NHC district, and also redesignate 8 acres from the agriculture district to the new proposed district NHC within Plan 9525023 Lot 1 and Plan 1323535 Block 2 Lot 11, which are part of Southeast and Northwest 2740 of 15 west of the 5th. At the time of the application, the applicant was Murray Hagan, interim CAO on behalf of Clearwater County. So the proposal was to subdivide in the area of the Nordegg Main Street within the historic town center to accommodate and allow the creation of 26 fully serviced commercial retail parcels ranging in size from 0.07 acres to 0.9 acres. These parcels will eventually accommodate commercial buildings as well as ancillary buildings. To date, sidewalks, curbs and gutters, as well as underground utilities, which include water, sewer, and storm, have been installed in the area. Streetlights will be installed this summer. The proposed new district is similar to the Hamlet Commercial District that is already in the land use bylaw, however, has been tailored and customized to the Nordegg community. It allows for a range of land uses, including but not limited to medical clinics, restaurants, retail stores, breweries, hotels, laundromats, and arcades. The existing Nordegg Church is within the area as well. Architectural controls for this new district are consistent with those of the entire hamlet. Legal and physical access to the area is by way of Center Street, Elizabeth Avenue, and Tilley Avenue. Surrounding land uses are municipal reserve, service commercial, and agriculture. No pipelines or gas wells are located in the area. And in 2021, the Municipal Planning Commission conditionally approved the subdivision of 26 commercial lots. Final endorsement is pending, subject to the submission of a transportation impact assessment to Alberta Transportation. Therefore, this application is to adopt the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial Retail District and to rezone the subject land to the new district. Planning considerations. The application is subject to the provisions of the Municipal Development Plan, the Nordegg Development Plan, and the Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw. Planning staff
has considered the application and believes that it meets Clearwater County's policies in order to create a complete community, commercial and retail uses that are needed in Nordegg. At the regular council meeting held on April 12th, 2022, council reviewed and granted first reading to the bylaw. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, as well as the Nordegg Squeak. And comments were invited from county landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at this public hearing, council would consider whether or not to grant second and third reading. Thank you.
And thank you. Would there be any questions of the or questions for the development officer? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just as a point of curiosity for myself, when we do development plans and they're, or area structure plans, and they're approved by council, does that not become an overlay, therefore not needing to do continued land use bylaw amendments going forward? How does that work? Okay.
So that is a plan for the future, but it doesn't actually redistrict the land itself until it comes before council for each different district.
Okay, so that would be the same for any, like, because we have the Nordegg area structure plan in place and the Nordegg development plan, but still each chunk needs to be coming back for redesignation every time.
Yes, correct.
When we did the Nordegg development plan and the area structure plans for Nordegg, public consultation of Nordegg and everything there was done as well. So this would be another opportunity for the public, if they had any issues whatsoever, to be voicing those concerns now.
Correct.
Thank you.
And if I might add something to that, Councillor. Yeah, so an area structure plan is usually like a vision, an overall arching vision for the area. And now the land use bylaw amendment is more specific. It establishes, setbacks, uses, and so it's more hands-on on the property.
Supplementary,
Yes,
I
please.
sense?
Sorry, yes, please, thank you. I thought that area structure plans were considered a statutory document, whereas land use bylaw technically is not. So therefore, wouldn't the area structure plan supersede the LUB anyway?
Yes and no. What a lawyer told me once is that it's compatibility about uses. Nothing precedes nothing.
Okay.
As long as, like the main goal is to have concurrent documents that, meet each other.
Sounds good, thank you.
Additional questions for the development officer? Seeing none, I would ask if there were any comments received from referral agencies.
Thank you. So the Municipal Planning Commission did review the application on May 19th, and MPC recommended that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject land use bylaw amendment. Clearwater County Public Works, Infrastructure and Operations both responded with no concerns. Fortis Alberta also expressed no concerns. Late last night, I also received an email from Alberta Transportation. So it just states that any subsequent development will require a permit from Alberta Transportation. The traffic impact assessment that I had noted is required to be done for safety and any improvements that will be required. And then it is recommended that the recommendations as outlined in the traffic assessment by MPE should be considered as well, which was the assessment for traffic at the Highway 11 and Range Road 152A intersection. And then, thank you.
Thank you. Following the guidelines for a public hearing, I would invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, and I believe this would be Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have no other additional comments to add.
Thank you for that. At this time, I would ask anyone in favor of the application, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application, give that opportunity now. Seeing none, I would check with the development officer if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions in favor were received.
Thank you. And at this time, I would ask if there is any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, I would ask the development officer if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
No written submissions of opposition were received.
Okay, and again, I would ask the applicant if they have any final remarks or comments.
None.
Thank you very much for that. And with that, I would close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. So we will probably be, I believe we'll move on to item 5.2, which is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 119/22. And I would assume if I leap forward, I'm going to turn the floor across to you, Ms. Pashulka.
Thank you. Good morning, Raven Council. Before you is Bylaw 1119/22, relevant to application 0222, to amend the land use bylaw in order to add a new district to the land use bylaw, the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial Retail NHC District, and redesignate 8 acres from the agriculture district to the proposed district. The proposed district is similar to the existing Hamlet Commercial HC district in the land use bylaw, however, has been written specifically to effectively meet the current and future Nordegg community and environment. It allows for a range of land uses, including medical clinics, restaurants, retail stores, breweries, hotels, laundromats, and arcades. The subject land to be rezoned would allow for the creation of 26 fully serviced commercial retail parcels ranging in size from 0.07 acres to 0.9 acres. These parcels will accommodate commercial and ancillary buildings. There are no pipelines or wells located in the subject area. The sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and underground utilities have been installed. Streetlights will be installed this summer. Legal and physical access to the subject area is by way of Center Street, Elizabeth Avenue, and Tilley Avenue. Surrounding land uses are municipal reserve, service commercial, and agriculture. In 2021, the Municipal Planning Commission conditionally approved the 26 commercial lots. Final endorsement and registrations of this lots are subject to the submission of a transportation impact assessment to Alberta Transportation. This application has been evaluated against policies and bylaws from the Municipal Development Plan, the Nordegg Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the development officer? Councillor Swanson, please.
I am curious as the timeline, the schedule now going forward. So we have a traffic assessment, that impact assessment has to be done. When can these lots be expected to be available for retail or for put on the market?
We're hoping by the new year.
By the new January.
To be available at the latest.
Thank you.
Okay, and a question from Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I just was going to make the motion to grant second reading to Bylaw 1119/22.
All right, thank you for that. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And any additional questions? I would be looking for a motion then for third reading. Councillor Graham.
I would make that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of item 5.2. Looking through, I know we were preparing for a 10:30 with Public Works. Maybe. I did send them. Sure. Sure, maybe what we can do, and I know that we could move to some of the counselor reports, and then we may pick that up and drop it off as we go through the day, but I'll go to Division 1, I know who is aptly prepared for a report.
Thank you, Reeve. I had some technical difficulties last night, so you didn't get this until this morning, so I apologize for that. We had another busy couple of weeks, but some of my highlights were we got the opportunity to go to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. That's my first FCM. We went to Regina. It was an amazing networking opportunity. We obviously had a lot of excitement here at the same time, and it was great to see communities around us showing their support for everything that was happening in our own community back home while we went through that. One of my highlights was Senator Paula's speech there. She is working hard for municipalities, trying to ensure that the federal government is working directly with municipalities rather than going through the provincial government, and there being that lag time between like funding and grants, et cetera, for municipalities, and she's really wanting to make sure that it goes directly to them rather than it being potentially funneled through the provincial government. So that was really exciting to hear. I've really liked the different orientations and workshops that we've had lately. We've had some on the MDP. We did one with planning and safety codes, and most recently we did another one with broadband yesterday, which I found all of them extremely helpful and valuable for us to make our best decisions going forward for our municipality. We worked with the Friendship Center and did the blanket exercise, and I would highly recommend everybody do that. That was extremely powerful. It's one thing to know history and understand the history. It's another thing that exercise tries to put you into history, and I quite enjoyed it, and I found it very impactful. And as well, having the open discussion with our local friendship centers on protocol and the best way to honor their history and their culture while we conduct our roles in government and leadership. I found it extremely valuable. This last weekend we had the rodeo, and we did the parade, and please pass on thank you to your staff. They did an amazing job of the float, and it was an awesome opportunity to see everybody's smiling faces, and it didn't get too wet, so that was good. I had the opportunity to help 4-H at the gates this weekend, and it was a very full house, which was wonderful to see people converging on our community the way that they do in such a positive way. So that's me. Thanks, Reeve.
Questions for Councillor Melhoff? Thank you very much for that report. I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Tracy Lynn. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Councillor Melhoff did a great job touching on everything here as per usual. I guess I would just put my 2 cents into a couple of things. You mentioned the 4-H show. It was really great to see all the little Cleaver kids, and that the program is growing, and the collaboration between clubs, and there were senior members helping the junior members. That's always really great to see. The blanket exercise and then the orientation that we had with the Friendship Center as well, those, I would concur, those were such amazing experiences. And the open conversation, I learned so much, and I feel like I'm more prepared to go to things like the round dances and things like that, and how to act appropriately. And I would also say that our staff that were there with us too acted very appropriately, and I was very proud of all of them who were there with us. And just to touch on the parade and the rodeo, that was the biggest crowd I've ever seen at the rodeo. So that was really great, and the sense of community is so wonderful. And I was sitting beside a couple who were from BC, and they're just following the rodeo around this summer, and they were just blown away by our parade. So, and I was pretty blown away by some of those floats. I got a memory pop up on Facebook from our old 4-H float. It was the Caroline parade, my memory, that popped up, but we just had like a pickup truck with all the signs from our sponsors, and I think that both of the 4-H clubs had big Sammys, and everyone did a really great job. So that, I think, is all that I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Questions for Division 2? Well, again, thank you for a very comprehensive report. And I'll go to Division 4 and Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Yeah, so I did attend the graduation ceremony at the Caroline School. So just again, congratulations to the graduating class of 2022. It was a really good turnout there. 4-H North and South Show and Sale was a great turnout at Caroline. Congratulations again to all the members and the parents. A lot of effort went into that. There was, yeah, it was pretty neat. Went on the parade for the and then attended the Rocky Rodeo. Yeah, it was great. There was lots of people that attended. A lot of work really goes into that event. Yeah, from everybody there. So it was a great event. What else? The blanket exercise was at the Friendship Center. That actually was really cool. I've never been to one before, but just I don't know if anybody has never been to one. They lay out all the blankets on the floor, and then it's basically representative of land and then they tell you that you can protect your blanket, right? So it was a neat exercise, and so thank you to everybody there and Kirby Big Child for that. That was really cool, actually. And yeah, the MDP review process is underway still, so that's a big document for all the residents. What else I think that's about it for now, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for Division 4? Well, again, thank you for bringing us up to date with your activities. We'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Most of the events have been covered pretty well already. I just want to make a comment on the Indigenous workshop from last week. Great staff there. It was, attitude changing from learning some of the culture and history. I was also very impressed with the community initiatives that are being run out of there as well. Great staff. I also met with the Flying Club, which is kind of an amalgamation of flyers and aerobatics people. So they're putting on a pancake breakfast on the 25th of June in the morning. The proceeds from that will be going to search and rescue. I've also been accepted onto the board of the Rural Broadband Coalition. That's the presentation we went to in Sylvan Lake here a few weeks ago. I don't foresee any conflict between their initiatives and Clearwater County's broadband initiatives. That's all I have.
Great. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, again, thank you for bringing us up to date, and I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Lougheed. I also attended Caroline Grad. It was great to see all smiling faces, and there's some pretty exceptional people over there. I would like to express that Deputy Reeve done an excellent job representing the county. Got lots of support from the people there. I also attended the West Central Stakeholders at Lesaville. There were 8 tables set up. The county had 1. 2 oil companies, TC Energy and Paramount, was there. Paramount wishes to do a lot of exploration in the Leafland area. They're buying up land and they want to do some drilling there. They're pretty excited about it. They were in the Caroline area before. They've sold all of that to Bonavista, and they're starting up in the Leafland area now. I was kind of disappointed. There was only about 20 people that showed up there. The displays were great. One of the ex-councillors here, Jim Duncan, had a great map there of the new groomed trails that are going in west of the ones that are there now. I think he's planning about a 45-kilometer extension and looping it back again to the old one that's there. I just wish that there had been a lot more people showed up. I was the only one from here other than the people that were sitting at it. They had a great display. And then I also walked in the Native Friendship Walk and Barbecue down here one Saturday, I think it was. Maybe it was Friday, can't remember now. About 40 people walked. It was great to see a great mix of people. There was businesses and private individuals, kids, native dancers were dancing as we were walking. I would also like to say that the burgers were fantastic. And I really got to meet some old friends that I've known for years, and I met a lot of new ones. Our Indigenous people are pretty fantastic people when you sit down and talk to them. I was overly impressed. It was just fantastic. And then on June 4th, or June 5th, we had our grand opening of the Cheddarville Church at the museum. There was 2 counselors there. I was dishing out ice cream, and I'd really like to thank Neil for coming, him and his wife. I think it was a great day, and there was lots of information given out about the whole background of the church, and it sounds like Cheddarville is pretty happy that it's where it's at. That's my report. Thank you.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, again, it sounds like it's been a busy couple of weeks, and I'll pass the torch along to Division 7.
Again, lots of repeats here, so I'm not going to repeat. Just in regards to Alberta municipalities are hosting a webinar series, and I believe there's 8 white papers that are going to be coming out throughout the summer. So if you get an opportunity, if you can't get onto the webinars, they're all free to watch. There's availability for those white papers as they come due for future reference and reading. I attended the Rural Crime Reduction meeting on behalf of Councillor Graham. That was just before the West Central Stakeholder Open House that Councillor Cermak had attended. That was an interesting collaboration in regards to there's still a lot of crime that's happening in industry. So, and it's moving more and more. Fortis has been the biggest one hit in the lately, and it's live lines. It's not necessarily something. So there's going to be emergency response at some point in time. So anyways, it's not, I won't go any further than that, but the suggestion was that maybe we should be compiling a report to the government of Alberta about the value of not only the time loss, but also the infrastructure loss, but also the time to replace that infrastructure. Much like, I'll just say, an unpaid tax report, maybe this should be an initiative through the rural municipalities to report the amount of damage of the infrastructure of industry in particular. So, and report that to the government. It's I'll just say a lost fact somewhere. On the 3rd, I attended the Grandmother Turtle Lodge pilot celebration. A very vulnerable time. Halfway through that particular celebration, I get a knock on or a tap on my shoulder that says I can't go back home the same way because of the forest fire or the fire that had broke up that day. But very, very thankful for the alternate route. So, and yes, kudos to the firefighters that day. They had a big undertaking, especially with the wind. And other than that, I, on last Thursday, attended the CAPE engagement session. CAPE hosted that engagement session where Honourable Sani, Minister of Transportation, was in attendance, and Honourable Orr for Minister of Culture. The 2 MLAs, Todd Lowen and Devin Dreeshen, were also were also in attendance. So it was a good networking opportunity, and I did talk to Minister Shawnee in regards to Highway 11 in that way, the twinning, and that we were looking forward to the public engagement and the outcome of that at the end of the month. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you very much. Questions for Councillor Swanson? And I'll go to Councillor Graham for a question.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Not a question. I just wanted to thank you for attending the industry crime meeting for me. I very much appreciate it.
I might have a question. I'm curious as to what Minister Sawhney's response was to your question around Highway 11.
In regards to that, because she was announcing her leadership candidacy for the UCP leadership, she would be, I believe she's stepping away from the ministry, right as she declares. But she felt that the administration for Alberta Transmission was in good hands in that regard. And she said that to stay tuned for more, to go to the website, the government website, there'll be more information as it comes forward, to stay tuned there. So it was short and sweet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I guess it's my turn with the talking stick. Councillor Swanson, please. Or Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, would the reporting for those crimes not go through their insurance rather than needing to come through a municipality?
It goes to the insurance, but what's happening is that industry is not necessarily reporting everything. So if they were reporting everything, that would make maybe a clearer picture to the government that we need to do something quicker in that response. So I believe it's just more of a not necessarily transparent, an education piece, and to quick, again, it's no different than what we are seeing on our local crime watch and everything else. Is we're tired of the revolving door for a lot of these particular small percentage that keep doing the majority of the crime. But industry is, like, say, individually as residents, we know that we are being impacted, but industry is heavily being impacted right now. So, and they feel that energy is, when it's busy, more crime happens. When energy is not busy, less crime happens for whatever reason. So that was one of the comments that was made from one of the people. So
I have a couple more on her report.
Sure.
I noticed that the Rocky Recreation Board Brent Kennedy had made a donation of land for future pickleball courts. I'm just wanting to understand how Clearwater County is going to fit into that plan and that equation.
As referenced there, it was just more or less, we just got the general, and we're told at that board levels to stay to watch the particular agenda item at the regular town meeting. As far as the county is concerned, Mr. Kennedy is undertaking all expenses in this particular project to construct it, donate, etc. And I believe it's if I remember from the meeting, I think it's $550 a year or something to repaint the lines. So that would be, again, his as well. So like literally there's very little on our end. So a very kind, generous donation.
Wow.
To the community.
That's amazing. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. The discussion for crime, I know that it's a topic discussed all the time, but the one thing that's never discussed, and I'm just wondering if it may be behind the scenes or the discussion around illicit drugs and opioids. And is there any mention of that being reduced or eliminated, or any way to tackle that problem? Because it really does have it has a big impact on the policing, the courts, the revolving door, the healthcare system, response times, really the tax rates for everybody, because it's insurance premiums, and really I think a lot of these individuals they're feeding addictions, right? You get firearms incidents and stuff like that. So I never hear anything about the illicit drugs and the opioids, but man, I think that might be a little bit more of the root problem. I was just wondering if any of that was discussed, or if.
Councillor Swanson.
It's discussed in a very, but there's very little evidence that can be collected other than through the investigation through the RCMP, right? So at a industry level, or maybe at a crime watch level, I mean, all we can do is continue to lobby the different agencies to do something more about that, open up addiction beds, you know, or whatever it is to solve that. But it is a verbal conversation as far as putting any next steps or action items at our level or in these committee meetings. It's lobby. That's all we can do.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Awesome, thanks,
You've
Steve.
sparked a lot of
Just wanted to
discussion.
comment, sorry, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Deputy Reeve Northcott's comments. I agree, like they're very much linked. Like a lot of the reasons why some of this crime is being committed is to serve that addiction. So I agree with you. Alert, which is the Alberta one of the Alberta task forces for major and organized crimes, have been a major player in this, and they've really worked towards removing some of those big players in the drug world. And if you go onto their website, they have shown that they have made a big impact in particularly the urban centers. So hopefully that will trickle down into some of our rural areas. And then BC actually just made it so that possession of illicit substances for personal use is actually legal now. So I found that very interesting, and I'm curious how Alberta's going to follow. Like, if Alberta's going to follow suit. The reason that they stated that they were doing it is to reduce the load on the court systems for something as what they're considering as little as possession. So I'm curious to see how that's going to affect the Alberta court systems, and if we will be following suit, and if that's going to have a positive or negative impact on drugs in that province. So I'm staying tuned to that.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to add to that conversation, from my work in the crime reduction prevention arena, the typical number is that 80% of all crime is related to drugs. So yes, it has a huge impact and a load on the social supports, health system, and the justice system.
Thank you for that. Any questions again for Division 7? Well, great. Again, I'll take that talking stick back, and I think terrific job, Council. You've been very active, great representing our region, our community. It's great to know that you're active in the community at all times, and reporting back to us is excellent. I guess my comments will probably focus a little bit around the FCM conference in Regina. Regina was an excellent host city, and I'll echo some of the comments before in that it was a tremendous opportunity for networking, telling our story, promoting our region, building those relationships across the entire country, both in the north, east, and west limits of our country. It was great to get out there and talk to those people. And I think it was also important to build those bonds with our neighbors as well. We had the opportunity to spend time with adjacent municipalities as well. So I think that was very valuable. Some of my takeaway was seeing how the city of Regina had redeveloped what was essentially a warehouse district into a commercial and entertainment core, as well as, basically a recreational, a repurposing of that and a revitalization of those traditional buildings that have been there for a very long time and are being repurposed now and thriving. And it was great to see that. I also got a chance, and I know Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott also did the same tour of the Brandt tractor facilities. They have a manufacturing, or several manufacturing plants actually in Regina. Brandt Tractor has become not only associated with the industrial equipment, manufacturing, but also now with retail sales of agricultural equipment throughout Western Canada. They're always looking for places to put their next facility in, and so certainly want to encourage through our policies, that if we can do anything to encourage companies such as that, they are willing to put emphasis on creating their anchor facilities within Western Canada, close to where those products are used. So, I mean, there is opportunity there. However, that is part of the consolidation of the agricultural industry. And I'm just going to speak very briefly to this because I know we have limited time, but I did have the chance to spend almost 20 hours driving across rural Alberta, rural Saskatchewan. And I have definitely, I guess I used to make that drive many times back in my younger years. So it was shocking actually to see the change of that region over the last 40 years. What were thriving communities are no more. What were transportation corridors such as rail are no more. And I don't know if there was a few shining lights out there of communities that had survived. I would love to know their story of how they survived that consolidation. The shift to corporate farms is dramatic if you piece it together. So I think it always keeps in mind when we're considering policy around development of the effects of only focusing on one thing. So I think we need to have a broad focus as we move forward and really look at all solutions to keep our community alive and viable. Anyway, with that, I think I would look for a motion to, Councillor Swanson?
I have a question in regards to FCM. Were all the provinces represented? Did they make that comment? Because in the past we have.
I would maybe defer to my colleagues as well. They got to spend a day or two extra longer. I had to come back for some reason, which I kind of forget about now. But anyway, I did come back a little early.
Yes, all provinces were represented, with Alberta being the primary representation at almost 75%. We were the primary representation at FCM. So go Alberta. We're really doing our best to ensure that we're using all lobby efforts, which is exactly what this particular group is, where we can vote on resolutions and push them forward to the federal level. So that is great to see such an awesome turnout from our province.
Great. So I would be looking for a motion to accept councillors' reports for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We're joined again, and I do appreciate your patience. We'll try to go through item 7.1 and get as much in as we can. We do have a hard point at 11 o'clock as well that we may have to split your presentation up in two, and I do appreciate your patience in that.
Yeah,
so go ahead, Mr. Magnus.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Northcott Council. Again, I'll introduce myself. I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and with me today is Mrs. Kate Reglin. She's Clearwater County's project technologist. One of the Clearwater County capital projects that was approved by Council for 2022 was the Nordegg Recreational Vehicle RV Wastewater Dumping Station. As such, Clearwater County Administration recently tendered out the construction of the dumping station. Consequently, on April 26th, the county received one bid, which was from Fillmore Construction Management Incorporated, based out of Red Deer. The official tender amount, as submitted by Fillmore Construction, was $617,961.92, excluding GST. The approved 2022 budget for both engineering and construction was $515,000, of which $450,000 was designated for construction. As a result, this puts the construction portion of the project $167,961.92 above the 2022 approved construction budget amount and $102,961.92 above the 2022 approved budget amount of $515,000 for both engineering and construction. This project is being funded via tax revenue and restricted surplus. Even though the bid to this project has come in over budget, administration has seen competitive pricing on other projects, in particular bridge rehabilitations and the most recent Condor sanitary line replacement curb gutter drainage project. At this time, administration can only speculate as to why one bid was received, which could be due to location of the project, the scope of the project, and or the size of the project, i.e. much too small to be worth going after, especially associated with the location as well. Also, the increased tender pricing can be attributed to supply chain issues, increased fuel costs, hauling costs, and imported material costs. Nevertheless, the project of constructing an RV wastewater dumping station is an improved project for 2022, and thus, administration recommends for council's consideration the following options. 1, that council awards the construction of the Nordegg RV wastewater dumping station to Fillmore Construction Management Incorporated with a revised budget of $617,961.92, with the additional $167,961.92 to be funded through restricted surplus. 2, that council directs administration to break up the Nordegg RV wastewater dumping station into 2 construction phases. The 2 phases are proposed to be completed as follows. Council directs administration to award Phase 1 to Fillmore Construction Management Incorporated. Phase 1 construction would be completed in 2022 at a revised budget of $512,169.19. The additional $62,169.19 to be funded through restricted surplus. B, council directs administration to tender Phase 2 construction in the late fall, early winter of 2022, with construction being completed in 2023. Phase 2 budget would be funded through restricted surplus. The third option for council's consideration is that council directs administration to re-advertise the entire project to receive contractor bids in the fall of 2022 and, if within budget, complete the project construction in 2023. And finally, the fourth option, that council cancels the project for now and potentially, at council's discretion, reconsider the project within the 10-year capital budget forecast. I will now turn it over to council for discussion.
All right, thank you for that. Questions for our Public Works people? Councillor Melhoff first, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Awesome. Thank you, Reeve. What are the savings that we've been seeing in those other projects? Are they equaling out to the overages we're seeing here, or like so we kind of be at the same budget line that we've associated with those projects based on the savings we're seeing there, or are we still going to be overall?
I'll turn that one over to Kate.
To answer the question, the additional $167,000 would be within our whole Public Works capital budget. We have seen that amount of savings within bridge projects.
Okay.
We would not have that additional savings within the Condor sanitary. That one, however, did come in budget, just not 167,000 under.
It would just be the overall.
The overall
Would still be
operations
within.
capital budget would still be under with that additional, yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
I would like to refer to the drawing, or to the aerial that you've provided. So we're going to be putting in 2 stations, correct? So with that, what is the traffic flow expected? Like, I'm trying to visualize how the traffic flow is going to go through there.
Yeah, of course. So you're correct, we are putting in 2 sanitary dumping locations as well as 2 water fill-up locations. So the traffic flow would come in, so if you're coming into Nordegg on Stewart Street, you see that first kind of dark outline. So that's the new approach that we would be constructing. They would come in there, loop around the existing gravel pad that we created a couple of years ago and fill up just kind of beside Quarry Road. And then they would loop back around and exit through the same approach. There's different conversations about going on with Quarry Road once a new entrance is made. However, if people want to come back to town for something else, that kind of left-hand turn would be hard. So initially, that is our intentions of utilizing this. We're building a new approach and utilizing that for enter and exit.
So would the approach be a little bit wider than normal, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, so there you go. Sorry for my
okay, there.
there,
Okay.
in and around, and then back out.
Correct. And we
So-
do, sorry.
I guess I'm just thinking when I drive by the visitor information and I see the RVs lined up here in town, I'm trying to envision a lineup, you know, where how traffic could safely get in and out of that without obstructing other vehicular, whatever, however you say it, movements within, especially on a Sunday afternoon. I'm thinking people are dumping before they're heading home, so where's the lineup going to take place, and so it doesn't cause too much of congestion, so, but. Okay, nope, thank you.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahey. I don't think I have any questions, just where I would stand on the options. I believe it was option 3 to put another request for tender out in the fall. I think that's where I would stand, when all the other ones, and it could come back to be higher than it is, so it is a risk, but I don't know, when all of the other proposals or whatever the heck they're called came in under budget, I'd kind of like to try this again and see if it was maybe just timing that this one came in over budget, because I was expecting everything to be over budget with the way the world is right now, so that's where I would stand on the options.
Okay, and Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering what the downside would be of these different options. Would there be any, like if we split it into two, we're talking about now having to mobilize twice, to mobilize and demobilize twice. What other downsides would there be from any of these options?
Definitely, as Councillor Graham pointed out, you do take the risk of, by retendering, that it could come in higher. Definitely, particularly accounting for what's occurring in the world in regards to supply issues, cost of fuel, and so on. But in turn, we have also encountered when we have retendered it, it has come in lower, and we've typically got more bidders. You know, there's the potential to have additional bids submitted, so it can go either way. As pointed out in the agenda item itself, by breaking up in two phases, the payment system itself wouldn't come into effect till 2023. So it would be on an honor system again, because that phase 2 consists of having to put together the building, or I should say just the electronics and such associated with accepting payment, right? So essentially there's a freebie year in regards to the use of this facility before payments are required. Again, the risk of seeing the prices coming in higher even for 2023. Okay, so there's definitely, Councillor Ratcliffe, pros and cons with each one of them. The most typical one being you could see no more than one bid again, or you could see multiple bids with either the prices being higher or prices being lower. And then, of course, there's the delay in the project itself if you want to keep it in 2022 or have it for 2023. So there's, again, the essence of time and how quickly you want this particular facility up and running. Those are some of the challenges and that we would potentially face.
What about if we cancel it entirely? Or, you know, is there any legal or reputation issues?
No, none whatsoever, no. Okay. And again, that's ultimately at council's discretion. If that is something you want to do and remove it in its entirety or keep it within the 10-year plan, but we look to council for direction on that.
Okay, thank you.
So talking stick will go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Where can that community dump now? Like, where is the closest dumping station to that community now?
In the aerial, you can see the corner of the hotel. There is a dumping station behind the hotel.
Is it functional or meet
It
legislation?
is functional,
requirements?
yes.
Okay.
Theirs is honor system base. The only feedback I've personally heard is they're not currently connected to the water system. They're still on their own. So some people are more hesitant filling up there with water, but I've heard no concerns on the dumping itself.
Okay.
Other than, I guess, traffic lineup.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, that was my question also, was we have an alternative there to dump. So I would like to go with the number 3. Resubmit this for more bids. I'm a real believer that you need at least 3 bids so that you get a good idea of what the industry's doing. I'm not sure if you can get 3 bids on this project, but it sure would be nice to have those figures
And
instead of just 1.
as a further comment to yours, Councillor Cermak, is that by tendering out in the late fall, early winter, that allows those various companies that have the ability to do this to start to plan for their projects for 2023, right? So typically we do see more than 1 bid come in when you tendered it in that time of year, because it allows, again, these organizations to plan for the year.
Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for the individual contractor that did apply here, what's the track record on that contractor? If they've been used before, do they usually come in sort of over budget, under budget, or are they fairly accurate on their cost? And the quality of the workmanship, is it usually on the higher side or sort of middle of the road?
We've never dealt with this contractor before, nor has MPE, so I cannot provide you with any further information than that.
Okay, thanks.
And sorry, go ahead, please.
I'd have to echo Councillor Graham and Councillor Cermak's responses to is with option 3.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. We're seeing increases in a lot of different areas. I mean, that's inflation, that's the world that we're living in right now. Should we as a council be taking a closer look at many of the projects that we could potentially put on hold and look at moving them further down the line to when we potentially have a depressed economy to make it more fiscally responsible for us to do some of these bigger projects? Or is it more appropriate that we power through, so to speak?
I'm going to turn that one over to my colleague, our Cio, Mr. Emmons.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Kurt, and thank you for the question, Councillor Melhoff. I would propose administration would come forward with that recommendation on a case-by-case basis. Historically, we've seen fairly competitive pricing so far. This one, personally, I tend to agree with Councillor Cermak. I like more than 1. Even if they were a known entity to Clearwater County, I'm never comfortable with one price to pick from. For that reason alone, I'd be a little apprehensive myself. But at this time, I would truly play it by case. We've seen good prices so far.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Personally, I favor option 3. However, in talking to a few people in Nordegg, they feel we should go ahead.
Thank you for that. I guess I will kind of state my comments around. I do support this as a project that really is consistent with us promoting Nordegg as a service center for our community. I think it's useful to, those lineups that we discuss may be very useful on supporting the entrepreneurship and the development of businesses, support businesses within the community as well. So I do see a downside with kicking this down the road or delaying it. But I do also hear the consensus of council that we like to be somewhat consistent in having a good representation of tenders when we come into these projects as well. I'll go to Councillor Milhoff and then back to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. If we are to go with option 3, I would love to hear back from administration potential options to add potable water to the existing infrastructure that's there. Because I know that we don't own it, but would that be an option, or is that
the hotel.
to the hotel one, and potentially partnering with them to ensure that there's potable water there, and then we can potentially even look at pushing this project if we're upping the service level at the existing infrastructure, as long as it's functional and serving the community the way it needs to? Or is that even an option?
So clarification, they do have potable water, however, they're on their own private well. So the
Okay.
calls I've received is, are they on the county system? Because obviously we do the different testing. And then I'll turn it to Kurt
Yeah.
about partnering.
So there are some challenges associated with that. As Mrs. Reglan pointed out, they are currently on their own well. And so in moving forward, what we would have to consider is, of course, having those discussions to tie that facility into our water system. So obviously there's costs associated with that. And that's another point of discussion in regards to if that's the direction council would like us to proceed, then we can definitely reach out and begin those discussions in regards to getting that hotel tied into our water system.
Thoughts on even just getting it tested to our standards so that people are more comfortable?
Again, that can be definitely in part of this discussion.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to make a motion that council goes with staff recommendation number 3 to redo the tender process for the Nordegg Recreational Vehicle Wastewater Dumping Station project.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is, and those opposed? Now that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us slightly past 11 o'clock right now. Tracy Lynn, I know we have an 11 o'clock appointment. Is that available at the moment? Yes. All right, so we will move to item, where are we at here? Item 6.1. And that is a delegation from our Sam Smalldon. He's a consultant with Keys to Housing Communities, and that's relating to the Caroline Seniors Housing Final Report. Yeah, maybe we should take a 10-minute break here to do some housekeeping. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're moving, we're moving on to item 6.1, and that's a delegation with a presentation with Mr. Sam Smalldon joining us today, along with Reg Dean. And I'd also like to recognize Her Worship Mayor Nelson from the village, and Councillor Gibson as well. So thank you all for joining us today. And with that, I'll probably, maybe we'll do, I know we've met before, but let's do a round of introductions today, and I'll start with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Good morning, Jenny Malhoff, the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Hi, Darrell Wahid, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Welcome, everyone. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Barbara Gibson, Councillor from Caroline. Debbie Nelson, Mayor of Caroline. Actually, I'd usually do it, Mayor of the Village of Caroline. I do.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO, Clearwater County.
Good morning, Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Morning, Reg Dean, President of the Chamber of Commerce, Caroline.
Good morning, Sam Smalldon, Consultant, Keys to Housing Communities.
Well, great. Well, I understand you have a kind of final report for us today, and I would turn the floor across to you to present that to us. Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Nope, not till the end.
Okay. Well, good morning, and thank you for having us. We're at the stage where we're giving you the final report for a capital project proposal. I submitted materials, which I believe you have in your package in the following order, and that is a capital project report, a project costing and operating business plan, and a project concept drawings, alternative site plans, facility program, and rendering. And these were the final products of the work that we had done under contract with Clearwater County and the Village Caroline and the Caroline Chamber of Commerce. So I'm pleased to be here to share this report. If we go through, we'll go through the concept documents here in a moment, but I'd like to go through some of the basic information. Again, the purpose of this was that the residents of Caroline and the surrounding area in Clearwater County wish to remain in their community. That is the driving factor for a proposal. As they age and as they need supportive living. So the current facility that is in Caroline is the Mountain Sunset Manor, built in 1981. So I will update the XXX on that report for the final, which makes it 41 years. So it's a single wood frame building, and the life cycle for those is certainly not beyond 50 years normally, but normally 40 years is the accounting amortization. And anything you do to extend the life would be maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years at most. But eventually that is the life cycle of a wood frame building. The proposal that is being presented is 32 units of mixed housing, 12 units of lodge, and 20 units of independent living. And again, that will replace the 8 units that are in the manor. So 4 more units in lodge and 20 units of independent living. This was started with having a demand study which proved the demand. Again, we've always said no demand, no project. So there is sufficient demand for this project. Then we did a survey of the seniors to determine the preferences of the seniors in the area. What would they like if we built a project? And so we have done a consultative process with the community over the last 6 months with an architect guiding us to get to this point of having a concept. And the objective, of course, is to have a concept, a business plan, and supporting needs and assessment, demand study, all to support getting capital funding from the government.
So the ultimate price tag, and this incorporates, I would say, and you probably heard it many times, in case you were wondering, about a 15% increase in building costs over the last year or so. A higher interest rate, instead of being around 2%, is around 4.79% off the provincial borrowing. And that basically means the project cost for these 30 units would be a bit higher than originally thought of. It would be 17.2 million based on all those factors. And to achieve that, we would be applying for 6.5 million in capital grants. 4.6 million would come from the life lease sales, and we would require an operating borrowing of 6.1 million. So basically about a 30% mortgage if you're building a house. So 6 million on 17 million. The business case is based on 95% occupancy, and we've scaled it down to 85% to show you in the business case what that would result in. We've developed a work plan and a timeline for implementation as part of the final report. So at this point, the project now needs to have an owner and a sponsor, which could be either the Rocky Housing Council as the local housing management body, or a municipal corporation for housing could be established as a subsidiary by the municipalities of Clearwater County and or the Village of Caroline under the Municipal Government Act. So having said that, the report goes through a bit of background of how we got to here, and I've spoken to that. The purpose of the work that we did under contract was to ultimately lead to the identification of project ownership and sponsorship by developing a capital project concept. We've combined the demand study and a survey of preferences as noted, and developed a work plan with the business case ready for applications for upcoming provincial of Alberta grants and federal CMHC capital grants. Basically, the next steps is to be ready, and at this point, we would be considered close to shovel ready and basically capital grant ready. And that's where we want it to be. The work that's done in planning for capital development is really all about being ready. You can't start the work in capital planning when there's an announcement for a grant. Hypothetically, the word is that the capital grant opportunities will come soon. It could be as early as the end of this month. It could be in the fall. Various factors say that that is likely. One is that we know recently with the oil prices, the royalties in the province, they have an accumulation of funds. Those are one-time funds, a lot of them, and this is the perfect time for them to use them for one-time purposes, such as building facilities. So the timing for that is right. We also, subject to a leadership review, are going into the final year of a 4-year term for the current government. It's highly likely that they will use the summer to develop some momentum and want to be giving out some capital grants in the fall. So again, plus word of mouth is, I would say, word on the street, so to speak, that's been given to me through reliable sources, is that there will be some capital grants coming shortly. And whether that's a competition or an award or whatever, again, we believe the money is available. It's a question of what projects are shovel ready. So the goal is to be ready, and this work is required. And again, they would only give you 2 months, which would really be July and August, if they announce them right away. And you would have to have your capital grant for a project with all of the work that we've already done and ready to hand in by the end of August, which would put it for time for adjudication in September, October, with an award announced. And then that would be where you review the funding for the project to decide if you wanted to proceed. So you don't want to make a decision to proceed with a project until you know you've got the funding. And so that's usually the order in which good due diligence would be. So again, being ready for the capital grant call is where you want to be right now, and that's where you are, should you wish to proceed. So again, sponsorship of this project is one of the main outcomes of hopefully this work. And again, if we go to page 52 in the report, I'll ask Tracy to shift documents here. If you would just allow me to go through some of the data and the work plan on the first document of the report, page 52. If you could put that up. Again, this is a critical path work plan. Again, we're not reinventing the wheel here. This is a work plan that has been used in Sundre for the project in Sundre. It's currently being used in Trochu for planning their project of 80 units. It's being used in Carstairs for their project. So again, it's not reinventing the wheel, but these are the work plan activities. So the first thing you do is project concept and planning, and that's basically what we have. And in the first column, you'll see in dark green, those are the things that have been started. And basically, if they're completed, then they're in orange. If they're in progress, they're in yellow. And so the dark green represents, sorry, I'll restate that, things that still have to be done. So in the year 2021 is really where we started formally on this work. We did the demand study at the end of June 21. We reported to the council. And we started the work under this contract in December. So it's taken about 6 months to get here. Again, you can't go faster than one step at a time, and you need to do all the steps, otherwise you have to go back and revisit them. So in project concept and planning, we have the land, we've done the demand study, we've done the seniors survey. It is suggested that a seniors committee in the area be developed, because it's been said more than once to me, and it's my strong belief that, not being a political person myself, I'm all about the project, that the projects are given to places that have seniors that demand it and want it. Because without community support, the money won't flow from the government to that area. And the architectural concept is now done. So one of the things in the planning that is not yet done in 2022, you'll see in dark green, is whether or not to be incorporated or have the Rocky Housing Council take this project. So those are two options. The government relations has started. We've spoken with the MLA, have strong support, and I believe there's letters of support from the community that have been provided as well. The partnerships are that there's an invitation to Rocky Housing Council to be involved, and there's also an invitation to Clearwater County to be involved, so a choice to be made. As far as funding, provincial grants, CMHC grants, financing and borrowing, and potentially even foundation grants would be possible sources of funding. The financial model, you'll see that the business plan, the housing options, the prices, and the services are all in the business case, so those have been completed. And at this point, you're basically waiting for a few things in order to get project approval. You're waiting for a capital grant call, and that will require a sponsor. And then once you get the capital grant, you'll determine if you have a budget that has all the funding covered before you start and approve an actual project. After funding, hypothetically with a sponsor, you would have funding approved. You would need to do anywhere from 6 to 9 months of planning detail for construction drawings. So you need to take a concept, which is the pictures that you will see and the floor plans and layouts. That's a concept. A detailed planning is a construction drawing that has got everything listed, everything from the wires in the wall to the type of cement, to the type of roof, type of windows, everything that goes into the building. And then that would be tendered, and then you would have a fixed price contract and all the contracts known, offset by the funding available to a balance so that everything was funded before you gave project approval. At that point in time, it would take anywhere from probably 18 to 24 months to complete, depending on the size of the project. So again, with funding approval, you're probably about 3 years away from opening the doors. So the next page, on page 53 and 54, you'll see what I call some key variables. And for this business plan and this costing at this date is an estimate of 17.2 million. 80% capital grant to cover the grant for the lodge and the common space. There will be no capital grant from the government for life lease. It is independent housing, it is market housing, and there would be no capital grant for that. The life lease portion is a financial model where the life lease residents support and finance the life lease portion of the build through the deposits that they make. And so that 4.6 million in funding comes from the tenants who will live there as deposits. And so the capital financing of 6.1 million that's required would be carried as a mortgage on the building once it opens and paid for out of the operating revenue. And that's where the operating revenue has to be able to carry that. So the interest rate assumption has moved up from around 2% to 4.79%. That is incorporated here. There are 12 units of lodge and 20 units of life lease. And again, the breakdown of the 17.2 is that the lodge itself would cost 8.1 million and the life lease would cost 9 million. The space allocation is 45,240 square feet. The lodge with common space has 20,257 and the life lease has 24,983. The cost per square foot in total is around $380 per square foot. The lodge with common space would cost $402 per square foot and the life lease would cost about $363. The project budget would be 17.2. It would have service land. Normally, a project would not get into what's called developer risk. They would take builder risk. Builder risk is service land from the property line to the project. Service land would have to be serviced to have capacity for such a project, and that would be part of the purchase price of the land. So this project would buy service land, and the estimate is about $800,000 for the size of land involved. And that's based on other rural projects in proportion. The architect fees would be about 8%. Pre-planning would be about $350,000. Project management, $363,000. Construction is $12,124,000, and that is based on a current construction build rate of $268 per square foot. And that comes directly from the builder who did Sundre, based on current builds of similar type buildings. It does compare favorably with Calgary and Edmonton numbers of around $265 per square foot, so you're conservatively on the $3 over that. So again, this is a guesstimate based on dollars per square foot. The quantity survey is often required by the bank and the borrower to make sure that you don't get money paid out for work that's not completed. And so there's a bit of an audit test assurance, and that's usually well intended. So that's favorable to have that, but it does cost some money to have a consultant do that. The interest on the project is interest from the time the project starts to the time the project opens. This is called project interest or in-term financing. So building a building or a project, you have to pay to build because you have to pay the bills before you get the money in draws. So the timing of the draws is usually after you pay the bill, and so you need to pay the interest for the timing difference. And over the project of this size, we have a schedule over the full time period in your package that would add up to an estimate of around $550,000 for this. Commissioning is what you do in the last 3 months, which is basically after substantial completion, you go through and you make sure the building is ready to open. I use the McDonald's concept to say that you would not open the doors on McDonald's till you had your staff trained and everything in place, and you open the door and you walk to the counter and order a hamburger. and the person gives it to you within a reasonable time. So you've done all that service training, you've got all the equipment. That is part of the commissioning, the furniture, everything, the drapes, everything. So all in is 17.2 million. Again, the timeline, if we started this coming September 1, would take you to project opening July 1, 2025. And those are the stages that you would go through. The occupancy rate we have is using 95%. We feel that that is fair. If it's basically, it should be full with a waiting list. But again, we have to use some revenue assumption for the operations. We have tested this and we can show in the business case what it would be at 98, 95, 90, and 85. That's called stress testing your business case to know that if the occupancy is lower than 95, what would that mean to your operating budget? And so the monthly lodge accommodation fee would be $3,200. Again, at this time, the costs in this year, I can use from direct references, are about $2,900. And so in a couple of years, $3,200 is not unreasonable. So again, prices are a way of balancing the budget. So, and you should do this for operations anyways, is annually review your prices because you want to at least cover costs. This is not to make profit, this is to cover costs. The life lease fee average would be $1,850, and it's the same assumption being used in Trochu. I would say that 24 life lease units in the Trochu project that is also shovel ready and will be competing for project capital funding has sold 21 of 24. They've sold 90% of their deposits. People in that community want that project. They're putting their money up. And so that's where the community support makes this go or not go, is if the community wants it, it has to be an all-in ask. The average life lease deposit rate would be about $230,000. And again, this is a function of the number of life lease units as well as the affordability as well as the financing that's required. So if you take 20 units times 230,000, that's where you get your 4.6 million is coming from the life lease deposits. The net surplus deficit for year 1 through 6, we do a forecast of operations for the first 6 years, and we want to aim at trying to have year 1 be balanced. And so these are estimates based on all the assumptions of the current costs. And again, I will mention that the current operating costs are using the 2021 sundry operating costs scaled to this project. So we are basing our costs on the operations of an actual facility and actual costs in 2021 dollars. So you'll see that over 6 years, the amount of net revenue, which is net operating revenue, positive revenue after paying the mortgage, after paying for operations. So it leaves you room to maneuver. And so a good business case would start off with as close to positive in year 1. Again, if this was a for-profit, they would have a larger number there. They would probably be looking for a rate of return about 10 to 15% over time. And this is where building as a not-for-profit makes it affordable at cost. Again, the project borrowing for 17 million would take up to borrowing over the project for interim financing of up to 15 million. The operating borrowing would be 6.1. And if you chose to do the municipal corporation, there's potential to require a debt ratio check. If it came from Clearwater County or a combination with the Village of Caroline, the debt ratio question would have to be answered, and it would be a question of how many years if there isn't enough debt ratio room. Without knowing, I would say it would be more than likely the county would not need to worry about their debt ratio, but the Village of Caroline certainly would. In a similar example, we have the town of Trochu, who has asked Nehill County to back their project, and that's what's happening there. Because the town of Trochu does not have enough debt room. But they certainly are all in, and they said if the county backs us, we want to go for this project, and so that's what it takes. So those are questions. The business case has a lot of numbers in it and has been provided to you, but if we could go to the concept first page, Tracy. And that's the page you had initially. And it is, after page 66 should be. And we'll just walk through the concept, and then certainly if there's any questions. So again, the first page shows you where the project area is in the circle, right beside the Kurt Browning Arena. And yes, I do know Kurt is spelled with a K. The architect, I'll have to educate him on that. But anyways, you can see that the site is located there. As I understand it, the site is owned or in the purview of the county and the village to make a decision on that. Again, the site would have to be serviced, and then the project would buy the land serviced, would be the model that has been used in other municipalities. And I know that most municipalities don't like doing the servicing or taking the developer risk. They like a developer to do that. But that's part of, in a small rural community, part of the arrangement that can be made and has been made to make it work. The next page, if we may, Tracy, shows you the two layouts. We got asked about the orientation of the building facing the front 48th Avenue, which is the recommended method of orientation. But we got asked, what does it look like with it facing north and south instead of east and west? And so we show you the diagram of how much property would be available for green space. And again, the people that live there may want a different view. They want to look west as opposed to south, or they might want to look east as opposed to north. On the east side, I would mention that the hub or the Kurt Browning Arena is what you're going to be seeing probably, except maybe on the third floor. So again, there would be 3 floors. So the site is there for development. The next page, page A3, is the program, and you'll see that there are various other rooms. There's 2-bedroom suites for the life lease, 1-bedroom suites for the lodge. There's a cart garage, a hair salon, multi-purpose room, a reception area, sitting area, washrooms, hobby and activity area, a bistro, dining area, family dining, and exercise room. And those are all part of that. There would be a small administration area for a manager's office and file and print room. And then there would be service areas for mechanical, receiving, maintenance, electrical, commercial, laundry, staff room, washroom, and office, and commercial kitchen. The next page would show on A4, would show the orientation to the north on the street 48. And the dashes on the far right is room for expansion. And again, that would apply to the alternative orientation, north to south. It would be at the same part of the building. The building would just be oriented north to south. Again, on the right-hand side, you see the lodge area. Again, those would be the 12 units, and basically, on the right is the life lease units, corrected. So there'd be 3 floors there, and the lodge area would be right next to it. And then the main floor, starting about where the dotted line comes down the middle, the blue area, that is all common space. You'll see a main entry, and common space is intended to be enjoyed by everyone. So this is space to be in during the daytime, during the winter, during the summer, for visiting, for social activities, for meals. And a lot of it is spaces that can be defined by the people that live there. We try not to over-program because we find that people may have different ideas once they move in, and you don't want to have hard and fast setup and then it can't be changed because the people want something different. So again, the next page, if we can turn to it, shows the residence unit, page A5. And you'll see that the life lease units are 2-bedroom, and in the blue area is the lodge unit, which is 1 unit. And again, I want to explain that we have taken a manor and made lodge units, made to identify that. Lodge units would provide more support than a manor unit. A manor unit is for independent income, and in this case, low income as well. But lodge units are providing supports. And supports include 3 meals a day, housekeeping and laundry, and activities. So it doesn't mean somebody can't live in here independently. It just means that if they do need the supports, it's provided for. So again, you're providing more continuum of care in their home to stay in the same place for more years. A6, the next page, shows you what we call the building block analysis profile. You'll see on the far right 3 floors of life lease, lodge units, and then common area, service area, admin area, and then service area. On the far left is where the truck for deliveries would come in. And again, it would be able to back up, unload, and drive out. The floor plan for 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom are shown there in more detail. And then on the next page, A7 and A8, you have 2 renderings. And that shows you what the life lease would look like with the balconies. And then on page A8 shows you the main entrance. So at that point, I think I'll complete the presentation and certainly be open to any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you for that update as well. Questions? I'll go to Councillor Melhoff first.
Thank you, Reeve. It's my understanding the previous council had motioned for a review be done on this project. I was curious if that had happened, or is that now happening that this final report has been presented?
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you, Reeve. So there was a motion made at the time. That the motion was made to provide the funding for this project to the Chamber of Commerce. So as the agenda item suggests, that all delegation information comes back to council at a future meeting, and at that point we will bring that motion back and discuss what that looks like. But to answer the question, it's not started. You know, the trigger to start will be when the final report is completed. You're receiving that today. And so we're certainly in a position to talk to council at what that means. It certainly doesn't, to me, it doesn't mean redoing things. That certainly wasn't it. But having a look at the information we have and getting a good analysis, looking at some of the things council needs to understand before we make a decision, like what's the difference between Seniors Housing Council versus Municipal Corporation, those types of information, dissection will be important for council, amongst other things that you may need a little bit more support on. So we're prepared to do that, and that will happen moving forward.
Can I have follow-ups if
go ahead.
Nobody else does?
Supplementary.
Thank you. You've built several projects before and
Yes.
Have a history in doing this. With a $17.2 million total, $6 million coming from potentially Clearwater County and 6.5 in grants, and the others coming from your life leases. What has been your experience in actually receiving the total grants requested?
It's a good question. The ask is usually not totally attained, but again, you need to let people know what you need to do it and be able to afford it. So in these cases, we've put forward these asking budgets, and part of the grant review by the government will give you the feedback on what they have available. If they are fully committed to making it happen, understanding the difficulties in a rural community, that there's not an alternative, usually you have stronger support for more of what you're asking for. But again, if you don't ask for what you need, you're not going to get it. If you ask for what you need and you don't get it all, then depending on how much of a gap there is, you can look at the project and make modifications to make it work. Or if it's too low, I doubt that it'd be too low, but whether it's gonna be 100% of what you ask for, I doubt that I will get 100% each time. And I think they always like to give you a little less than what you ask for. So that's why asking for what you need is probably the main point right now.
Go ahead, I'm not seeing any other
Make sure that everybody
lights
else
on
has
at the
it.
moment, so go ahead.
So if we were not to receive the 6.5 million in grants, that would fall onto the owner of said project, which in this case potentially mean.
With the status quo of the plan, yes, unless you made modifications to make an adjustment.
Okay. With this being a 3-story building, have yourselves and the village looked into the emergency services and requirements to respond to a 3-story building? And if the current emergency services in Caroline meets the FUS ratings for such a building?
Well, I would say that the architect has checked with the planning requirements, certainly, but I would defer to the town on the emergency services.
And Mayor Nelson, if you would.
Good morning. We have a 70-foot ladder truck, which is part of our municipal collaboration, which can be there in 20 minutes, half an hour. The fire station is only 2 blocks away, and we have fire and rescue also. So we're very self-sufficient, and with the backup from Rocky, and Sundre also backs us up. Sylvan Lake backs us up. We work together. It's called collaboration. I have no fire thoughts at all. We're good to go on that.
Perfect, thank you. I can keep going if nobody else has questions.
Well, I'm gonna go to, actually, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna go to
Absolutely,
Councillor
oh, she does have a light
Swanson,
on, sorry.
and then we will come back to you.
Okay, I'm just looking at your business plan. I know it's hypothetical. I was just, in regards to your expenditures for the operation plan, you have salaries, wages, and amortization. You don't have a staffing model for this. So what does that look like?
It works out to be between 5 and 6 FTEs. And again, at roughly a middle range market rate, which is comparable to the rates we have in the other small towns in central Alberta.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm gonna go to Councillor Graham and then Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve Lougheed. You had mentioned a project that would be competing directly with this project for the grant funding. And I'm not sure if I understood correctly or not. You mentioned another project that had sold, I think you said 21 of the 24 life leases. Was that the project that would be competing, or is that a different project that's already up and running?
It may be competing. It will be competing first for the healthcare funding, which is out of Alberta Health, which this project would likely not get that type of funding. This funding would come from Alberta Seniors and Housing and CMHC. The other project would have Alberta Seniors and Housing as well as Alberta Health as well as CMHC. So there's different needs in each community, and each project is potentially able to be approved. They're not so much competing directly, but again, they'd be in different channels.
Is that project built already, or is it sort of at the same stage as this?
No, it's at the same stage. It's all about being shovel ready.
How many life leases have been sold for this project then?
Well, we haven't done any sales, so we haven't
So they're
gone
a
out
little
for.
bit ahead of this one.
Yeah, they're a little bit ahead. In fact, they've been working on this since 2017 with my involvement. And again, it seems like the common thing with Sundre, particularly when it started, Olds, Trochu, Carstairs, Caroline, Rocky, I'm sure is the same. These demands have been in place for over a decade and not been fulfilled by the government. So it's my belief that the MLAs in both these areas are key to have a project. And we just need to present them with a project, and they will take it for funding. So again, it's all about being ready when you have the supporting government. And I think right now both projects have support from 2 different MLAs. And I don't like to pick which projects they fund because they only have so much money. That's true, but it's not out of the question that each MLA would get a project. So I would say that you're not necessarily competing directly with them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then back to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. Staffing these facilities has become an ongoing issue. In fact, our own hospital has had to shut down beds because they can't get nursing staff.
Right.
If this facility is not at the 90% that you're making the assumptions on funding model, what would that downfall then fall onto the sponsor municipality, in this case, the request being us?
Could you clarify what type of impact are you referring to?
So like the operational costs of this this project is making assumptions that it's at 98% capacity. And if we have to shut down rooms due to staffing concerns.
Right. So annually, the operating budget is reviewed based on the occupancy and the prices. And your major two variables are maintenance and labor. So depending on if you couldn't balance the budget, then there would be a shortfall that might be required for that particular year. But I would not expect that over the long term that there would be an occupancy problem. So.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you, Yves Lougheed. I would like to go into page 60, the revenue, and I need some more information on the life lease termination fees and the price of the life lease. I thought it was around the 200 when we first discussed it. Now it's at 230. And now I see that the life lease termination fee is at 44,000.
Right.
Can you explain all of that to me, please?
Yep. Well, certainly the price of the life lease units would be determined by what it costs to build and what is the input of each shareholder, basically. So each of the 20 units would have to carry an equal value on average. As far as the life lease termination fees, those are a function of the life lease model that we use, which is upon termination of the life lease, 1% per year is kept as a capital charge for maintenance, wear and tear from each resident, up to a maximum of 8 years. So if you were to live in the residence for 10 years, you would only pay the 1% for 8 years. So bring it back to your deposit, it would say that of the $230,000, $2,300 for each year that you live there would go as a capital charge to a capital reserve. So that's the estimate of how much in a year would be terminations. Sorry to use a business term, it's a turnover. And it would be people moving out for whatever reason, whether they passed away or they moved to a higher level of care.
So the 44,000 represents all 20 units?
It's an estimate of the turnover on the 20 units on an average year.
Okay. Can I have one more question?
Yes, please.
You say that the stumbling block right now is a sponsor to put this ahead.
Yes.
We want the county, the seniors housing council. Who are we picking to kind of look at being the sponsor or the lead behind all of this to get it off the ground and running so that we can apply for grants and all of that?
And maybe I would ask for some clarification too. Sponsorship to me, it tends to be like a corporate sponsor that wants to have their name associated with this as opposed to an owner. And I've heard terms kind of used, and maybe you can,
yes.
you can answer both Councillor Cermak's question and my own query,
right? Maybe
with one.
I mean, ideally, a sponsor would be an owner in the case of taking the risk. I'm about the project and just stating that you have two choices. You get to make those two choices. So my recommendation is that you have two choices, that either the Rocky Housing Council could be the owner and sponsor to apply for capital grants and then be the operator, or you could establish a municipal corporation, which is the way that the town of Trochu has decided to go. And they have a municipal corporation called Trochu Housing Corporation. And you are allowed to set up municipal corporations for specific purposes under the MGA. So then they have basically taken the stewardship for the project on behalf of their area over the next 50 years, let's say, as owner. And they've made a partnership with Covenant Health to provide the health care. In this case, you don't have the health care portion, except that home care can come in to the building from AHS. So again, being the risk taker is really the sponsor and owner that I would suggest, as opposed to having a separate sponsor and separate owner. but you do have a choice between the current housing management body, which would be the natural first choice. If they choose not to do that, then you do have another option if you still want the project to proceed.
Councillor Cermak, and I know Mr. Martinson is waiting in the wings with a comment.
How much more if we go with a municipal one? Does that not add costs? Because that's quite a bit more involved, where you have to have your manager and all this other stuff.
Not necessarily, but there would be probably an admin function in terms of managing the board for the housing corporation. But you'd have it as a dedicated board for the project to drive it to completion. So there are benefits, and in the whole of it, on 17 million, you know, you'd be looking at probably, you know, 100,000 over a couple of years to get that accomplished. Again, once you're owner, you know, you can choose not to be the operator, you can just be the owner, and someone else can be the operator, which is fine. So there, you could have a contract model basically and contract everything out. So it's quite slim and minimal in administration, but again, it would be covered by your operating business case in terms of management after the first year or two, once you got the project open. So,
thank you.
And I'll go to Mr. Martinson and then back to Councillor Melhoff.
I just wanted to maybe help Mr. Smalldon sort of understand those two options. And so certainly council would have a choice to create your own municipal corporation. That would be your sole choice and your ability to do so. The Seniors Housing Council is not a function of the county solely, and certainly they are enabled through provincial legislation. We are a member on a Seniors Housing Council, but we don't have unilateral authority to dictate to them what they get involved with and how they operate. So if that was a choice council was going to make, it would certainly have to be a request and discussion. It wouldn't be our sole decision to say this project shall be owned by this authority, though we do have the opportunity to create our own municipal corporation under the MGA, and that would be then a kind of a unilateral decision that council makes. As I did mention, we will be bringing this information back, so council has all the details about the difference. There's tax implications as far as how each authority is able to tax, geographic area, and all those things will be important for council to understand this and ultimately make a decision. And so we will provide that information at some time in the future.
And thank you for that. It's my understanding there is some legislated responsibilities as far as the municipality would go in as far as tax collection or levies or just having a role within that. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I'll ask one final and then I'll wait for administration to bring it back before I do the rest of the list. What other community supports do you think that we should be advocating for in order to even accommodate a facility such as this, i.e. I know they have a Meals on Wheels program. However, it'd be awesome if they could have some community care, some mobile integrated health systems, more physician support in the area, et cetera. So we can start those lobby efforts if this was to continue.
yeah, it's great to enhance the community in any way you can, and particularly through a project like this. In the facilities, there's always the possibility of having a doctor clinic at the site, which makes total sense to have one doctor come visit many residents who might need their services and make appointments on a weekly basis or whatever, similar to what we've done in Sundre and Olds. We have medical clinics inside the facility, and that's the model going forward. There is production of food which can be provided for Meals on Wheels from a production kitchen, so you have capacity there to serve the community better. And certainly the common space is a place for seniors to meet and come and spend the day, even if they live in their own homes, to meet other seniors. The social interaction is very important for seniors to stay independent, able-bodied, and active. Those are the ways that older people tell me if I want to live a long time, that's what I need to do. So we have found that seniors love to do that if they have the ability, but if they don't have the ability to do it, then they find it very hard to stay vital for all their days. So again, I have found, it's been my observation, that people live in the rural area in rural central Alberta are very hardy and live a long time. And I would say that in the Life Lease independent area, we've had people between 85 and 95 living very healthy, independent lives. And the people who need the lodge and 24/7 tend to need that between 65 and 85 at some point. Without any other comment about that, we have found that the seniors 85 to 95 are the ones who often go visit the other seniors. And they run a gift shop. They get really involved in taking care of each other, playing cards or playing games, having coffee. You know, someone looks sad, going, cheering them up. All that is part of a community. And so we like to have it where the community can come in. We like to have it so that the people who live there can go out, and we like it to be a community within the community. Because again, as I've said, from a community development point of view, if you don't have a seniors resident, why stay? And it's really critical to the survival of a small rural area to have an anchor like this. Because if the seniors stay, they're parents of children who stay, who have children in school, the whole economy is benefited by a senior's residence. So from a seniors community involvement and other amenities, seniors love amenities. We try to have pathways where they can go on their mobile and go around town on their own and spend their money and go downtown, have coffee, just get out and live. And then inviting people in. So that's where that common space is needed. So it's really about the vitality of a small rural community having a seniors. And if someone else gets it before you do, they just have a better chance of survival, quite frankly. Small towns need to look for ways to stay sustainable and vital. And this is one of the ways, by taking care of the seniors in the community. And the seniors who've moved in, I can only tell you that there's a lot of smiles. I don't get a lot of satisfaction other than the fact that I love to see people enjoy something that didn't exist 5 years ago, and that's what I enjoy doing. But I can just tell you that I don't go out and beat the bushes for people to make these projects. They usually invite me in to try and help them get one, which is really the situation here. So I'm really here to support those people that live in Caroline and the surrounding area be able to stay in their community. They are speaking out that that's what they want, and this is the place to present it, that they want it and how bad they want it. And as in Trochu with 21 out of 24 life leases, they're putting their money up, and they want it that bad. I've even had people say, would it help selling 100% of those life leases? And I said, well, don't sell them if someone's not planning to move in, because I don't want a fake demand. But if you want to move in and you want to put your money down, by all means, please do that. So if we went to a stage of pre-selling, I'm sure that there would be a good response from Caroline as well. But again, that's a step farther down the road, should there be serious consideration of this project. So hopefully that helps.
And I'm gonna take a question from, I'll go to Mayor Nelson.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Here I go. Okay, I don't know if everyone here is aware of the amazing opportunities in Caroline that are offered by the Hub, which was right next door to the new planned seniors housing. The Chamber of Commerce over the years has had, now we have doctors that come right to the Hub, next door to the facility, 2 days a week. This is the Moose and Squirrel Clinic. Also, we have had a top-notch dentist who uses dental laser. He also does Botox, but not as yet. He does implants. And trust me, there is no pain when that man does laser surgery. Thank you so much, Lake. That was an amazing catch by the Chamber of Commerce. We also have a chiropractor that comes there, a massage therapist. We have just received word that they have gotten a podiatrist that will be coming in on a weekly or a monthly. We already have everything in place to make this seniors housing project work. And all you got to do is walk across the parking lot. So you don't have to have family coming to transport you, which makes things very difficult. We have our own ambulance that's just 2 blocks down the other way from the fire hall. So we have ambulance service, and we know that where that's at. But everything has already been put in place to make this succeed. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Reg.
Well, thank you for those comments. As always, you're a terrific village booster, and appreciate your comments, as do we, your efforts, Mr. Dean. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just wondering what the formula is to determine the number of life lease units.
I don't think it's so much a formula as to the demand. You can't build more than what the demand shows. We try not to build fully to the demand level, otherwise you're taking a little bit of speculation risk. But certainly there is demand, and it's kind of relative to the number of other units as well, because people usually and also the other part is each community, it's the availability of alternatives. So particularly in Caroline, I'm not aware of many other independent new market condos or type of living for seniors that want independent market living. So having some available, again, we did the survey, we had well over 200 seniors responding to the survey. So we use those numbers to estimate what is reasonable as far as number of units, but ultimately it comes down to the constraint of what can be afforded within the project. If 20 was too much and we had 10, we'd end up with a project of 22. Because I still think we need the 8 replacements, and we need to have at least some improvement from manor to lodge, as well as independent, with the goal to stay in their community longer. For seniors. But again, we've already discussed the healthcare 24/7, and we've decided that's not part of the project. So again, independent living, 20 is a guess at a number. That's what it would cost in this project. And again, if we didn't sell, ultimately, that would be the true test of how many people came forward to put down their deposits before the project's approved. You can always modify the number of life leases that you have. So, there's no real formula.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty, no, just excellent presentation again, as always. It's really nice to hear the information. There is, you know, speaking with residents and stuff like that, there is a great level of interest in this project. And as a lifelong resident of the area, I have seen many you know, families where they've had to move to other communities and stuff like that. And it doesn't just affect the seniors, but also their kids, their grandkids and stuff like that. So it would provide a better quality of living, not only just for the seniors that actually would move in there, but for their kids, their families, grandkids. So I definitely see that. And you know, another thing is really time doesn't stop for any of us. We all do age. So yeah, many residents and myself would also support this project.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions? Councillor Cermak.
I do have one more, and more of an information. When you got these numbers together, did you take a survey of the population and the percentage of seniors that are in the surrounding area?
Yes, the original needs assessment done last June has all that data. And so again, we start off with no demand, no project. So the data showed demand. So we took the next step. Let's ask the seniors then, if we did a project, what would it look like? What would be in it? How big would each unit be? What type of units would we have? And, you know, there's a lot of similarities in what people want from region to region, but certainly, again, we have demonstrations of where people are living in similar projects and enjoying it. So again, the numbers have come from the needs assessment, yes. And it's by age demographic as well for the Caroline, with being the concentric area. So again, that's all in the demand needs assessment.
So this project would be finalized and up and running with your timelines there in 2025?
Based on approval of funding in September 1, that would be the timeline, yes.
And I think I read somewhere that I was looking at the population growth of seniors. They figure by 2025 it should increase by about 24% of seniors.
I think across the country, certainly the demographics are for the next 20, 25 years to reach a plateau of 65-year-olds. So that will be sustained at a plateau, but then after that it will start to decline. So again, part of the rule in housing is not to overbuild. So again, you want to remain full if you want to operate at the lowest cost and at the least price for the residents. So, I mean, again, this is a not-for-profit. As a municipal corporation or as a housing management body, it's the same financial model. So again, it's at cost as a not-for-profit as opposed to a private sector model. And the number of 65-year-olds will sustain itself at a plateau. It's reached the peak, but it's going to plateau for at least 20, 25 years. Which again, if you use a standard mortgage analysis, it's enough to pay off a 25-year mortgage. And then you have the asset without any obligation, you're in a good position. So,
thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, one more.
Sure.
Similar to the UBF grants that are accessible to private enterprise or independent non-government agencies, are these grants available to private enterprise so that if they saw a business model and a business opportunity and the needs for their business model, that they could access these grants?
yes.
Thank you.
And a question from Councillor Green.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Not a question, I'd just like to make a motion that council accepts the presentation on the Caroline Senior Housing final report as information.
Thank you for that. Mayor Nelson.
I actually have something to say before we close this session. It's just a quickie. Okay, I don't usually make notes, but the Mountaineer is interviewing me at 2, so I want to make sure I'm quoting myself correctly. So first of all, I'm looking at the economics. This is if we were building 20 new houses in Caroline. We can't afford the infrastructure to build 20 new houses, but we can build a seniors housing development because our services as they are right now could do that. So that would leave 40 people that would be living in our community. And I'll tell you right now, my mom is in care in Red Deer, I shop in Red Deer. My family shops in Red Deer. So if we take those 60 people out of our community that this would hold, we are going to have a lot of families going to Red Deer or going to Sundre to do their shopping. And as we're in collaboration talks, I'm sure you want us to be an asset when you take us over, not a liability. So we can grow if we can get a senior housing facility. We want to stay in our community. I'm one of those people that's a senior. I want to stay in my community. So we're looking at now the economics of the county. Okay, now, don't have a fit. I'm going to say the word fire hall. Oh, Matt didn't even notice. Okay, we have a common theme in this county that Caroline will be okay. They'll figure it out. You know what? We did figure it out. Now we need you to do your part to make this work for us. At this point, many years ago, we started building fire halls. Caroline was to get the first fire hall, but because Nordegg needed it more, we said, we'll wait our turn. So they got a $2 million fire hall. Then next, they spent a couple more million at Leslieville, a couple more million over here, a couple more million over here. So you built homes for firefighters, but now we have to build homes for seniors. This is good value for your money. You want us to grow, so when collaboration happens, you have something viable to work with down at Caroline and we can pull our own weight. So this is the future I'm looking at. Give us this money so we can continue to thrive and grow and pull our own weight, or we're just going to be a liability. That's just what it comes down to, folks. So on my jacket today, which you've never seen before, and yeah, I got a lot of jackets. On this lapel, I have part of the Parliament building roof. It's a little maple leaf. When they redid the Parliament roof many years ago, they sold this and it became a pin. This little green portion is copper from the old roof. That says I'm a Canadian. This pin I always wear on the other side says I'm willing to fight for what I believe in and for what I need for my country and my community. This morning, I put on a Clearwater County pin because this is our future. This is where we are going, is part of the Clearwater County. Let's look at us as your citizens, and you're doing a good thing. We'll all arrive together and in good financial shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Nelson. As always, you are a passionate supporter of your community, and your community is part of my community as well. So I can appreciate that. Were there any closing comments that the delegation would like to make along the presentation? Mr. Dean, please.
Yeah, I gave everybody a copy of this because I just did it up last night. But I guess after 2 years of working on this project, on behalf of the community, I just want to, in case it's dead here, we totally understand as a Chamber of Commerce and a community that this project is in the county's hands. Your decision will affect every senior in the county after 2025. And your decision should not be taken lightly. I think you should, obviously do what we want. All the studies done by us and all the other organizations have the same thing in common. The population is aging, and these people will need housing units. Remember, this facility will not open until 2025. So this is progressive thinking. We can't start to build units when you need them. We must build it for the future now. We know the south end of the county needs a new facility to replace the aging one. And we need an expansion that offers more services to serve an ever-increasing population of seniors. A comment was made about the Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is shutting down because they can't get enough volunteers. So with a facility like this, the kitchen and the facilities that are there could support them. So that's kind of thinking out of the box a little bit. A few years ago, there were no vacancies in Rocky. I know because my mom tried to get in there for a year. And yesterday, we sent a Caroline resident to Coronation because they didn't have a facility here for them. The Rocky Seniors Housing Council is against this project and voted not to support it or support us. This is not progressive forward thinking. If they were to take on this project, they would have more places within the county to place seniors. They claim that they have a hard time staffing it, but with a larger operation, and especially with different locations in the county rather than all being in Rocky, it's easier to offer employees more variation and opportunity for advance. This is also an advantage for a larger scale purchasing power by adding on another 40-unit facility onto what they already have. The other thing they claim it is going to be competition. Well, if they operate it and own it, there will be no competition. If they don't, and the county goes ahead with a municipal corporation, it will be competition, deadhead competition against them. Not to pick on the people on the Rocky Seniors Council, but they're definitely not thinking like a business person. Competition can be good and it can be bad. And I think that in a situation like this, competition is good, but it has to be kind of regulated. The decision that you make on this project today or tomorrow will shape the direction of seniors housing in Clearwater County for the next 40 years. We want to keep our seniors and their families in this community, and this is where it starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I know that council has had a lot of questions around it. They take this very seriously. That's why we sponsored looking into this project much more. And I'm sure that administration will have undertaken effort to provide us more background information and recommendations probably at a future council. Thank you very much for presenting to us today. I know we have a motion on the table right now to accept your report for information, or receive your report for information. Any further discussion on that? I would call that motion then. All those in favor? Thank you very much. And again, thank you for a very useful final report, and thank you very much for a passionate bid for your community. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Just one more little comment. The Chamber of Commerce, and I'm sure the Village of Caroline, wants to thank Clearwater County for funding the project this far. We could never have done it without you. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think it's an appropriate time for us to take a recess. I think if we meet back here at 1:05, please. I believe that brings us to section 8. For no pun intended there at all. And that would bring us to 8.1, and that is Clearwater County 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. And I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. As council will recall, following the April 12th, 2022 council meeting, administration shared the draft 2022 to 2026 strategic plan with the public and asked for feedback. 7 online submissions were received, no paper submissions were received. The comments are included in the report that is attached to your agenda item called What We Heard. So that is there. In addition, there's another attachment to the agenda item, which is an engagement summary that was provided by 13 Ways, the consultant that assisted council with the development of the strategic plan. And it includes a recommendation that council holds a few public engagement sessions to gather additional public input. However, administration believes that council has sufficiently already met the requirements of the inform, consult, engagement levels as per Clearwater County's public participation policy. So additional public engagement sessions would be entirely up to council if council feels that's necessary. So barring that, the draft 22 to 26 strategic plan is attached to the agenda, and the only changes from what you saw the last time were the incorporation of the new logo that we talked about this morning, as well as a quote from council within there. So given that, administration is recommending that council consider approving the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Comments, questions, motions? Councillor Swanson.
Thank you for this. I'm quite happy with how things have turned out. I've read feedback and in regards to the consultants as well, their engagement summary, I thought it was well done. So I'm happy with everything that's been presented today, so I would be prepared to adopt approve our 2022 to 26 strategic plan.
Thank you for that. I can certainly echo that I read through and it was a good read. I think it was nice to have that feedback that was provided there. And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. I read through everything and I was quite pleased as well. My only ask is that how does this get rolled out into our request for decisions? So we have when we look at our agenda items, there's the little check boxes. For how will those roll out to be changed? And if there's any way that going forward, we could look at adding if say it was supposed to be governance and leadership, how is this RFD actually part of governance and leadership in that pillar? Or will this no longer be relevant?
So I will commit to take that back to the leadership. And obviously we're going to have to make some revisions to the format of the template. So we'll talk through that and bring something back for council's consideration.
Perfect, thank you.
And I'm just going to go down the line. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur with what council has said so far, that it was a great read, put together very well. It sort of took the wind out of my sails that only 7 people commented on it, but read through those comments and kind of pondered what they said and everything, but I like how it's set out and I think it reflects our council very well, so that is all.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve, please.
Well, yeah, for me, still observing a lot of stuff here. I don't know that, I understand that this is legislation to have these plans, and everybody's heard me talk about plans, but to have something this extravagant, there's lots of nice pictures, I really just don't see the meat and bones of it, but I know that if you were to take the total invoice and divide this up, how many residents would have had to have paid taxes to construct this, and I don't know what else it does. It's funding executive roles in society. I don't know if this really needs to be, I just don't know. I don't know if it's a good buy or a good investment to be this extravagant is my point. There were dust suppression policies that were amended to save tax, to reduce and maintain a 0% tax increase, but yet on the other side, there's things that are built like this, and everywhere I go, there's labor shortage that I hear over and over and over again. So I just wonder if maybe in the future there would be any way to simplify these so that they don't have to be that much of a cost burden and could be more cost effective. Not really an industry all on their own, but that's my comment.
Certainly, thank you for those comments, and I would certainly say that I think there was an attempt at this one to create that two levels of the document. The first one that is somewhat graphic but very concise, and the other one that allows people that want to dig a little deeper to dig a little deeper. So I think there was a conscientious effort to do just as you're describing, and I maybe it would be more appropriate for staff, but I know we have a certain level of responsibility to create these statutory plans that we need to have to demonstrate to everybody involved, that not only the public but other levels of government, as to what our goals and visions are for the community moving forward. And anyway, yeah, I do appreciate your feedback on there. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have to concur with the voices so far that I think the product is good. I think whether it was good value to the taxpayers remains to be seen as to how this document rolls out in the community. I thought the community engagement was enlightening. I see a number of sort of action items there in the feedback from the public. But yeah, I think it's good.
And Mr. Hagan, please. Okay.
No, nothing for
and
me to add.
I just maybe would make the comment again. I think there's always been the discussion in my experience is how do you create a level of interest? How do you shine enough of a spotlight on the good things we want to do in the county and not have it appear as though it's a bunch of wordy gobbledygook that, you mean, I'm not interested in all that stuff is sometimes the comment we feel back. Yet somebody, when they want to understand where this council is going, they want something to be able to sit back with and read. And so again, we find that balance of between doing nothing and doing that what's statutory, and then doing that which helps inform our public and is transparent. All those qualities we want to do as good stewards of the trust that's put before us. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, and I would just add to that, you know, this is a process that usually comes at the beginning of each council term, so this isn't an annual thing that happens. I mean, it's nice to reflect upon, and right now we've created a document that's going to be, we're going to allow everyone to fill that space underneath this document, and that's where it's inclusive, and I feel that having it facilitated and everything that's going on, it's a cold set of eyes. It's guiding not only us as council. I mean, we did have input from the administration as well, and that was really worth the time that's been involved. So, anyways, yeah. So I made that motion then. So yep. We're good to go. Okay.
Absolutely, and I would just speak to as to why I'm supporting this. From time to time, even within council, we have decisions that are difficult to make, and individual councillors may see differently on that. It does give us a focal point, something we can focus on that keeps us working towards something that we can all agree is an important endeavor, and that's why I'll be supporting the motion on the table. Additional discussion? In that case, I will call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We skipped past 8.2 because that was taken off the list. 8.3 is the May 2022 operating budget versus actual report. And again, I believe I'm going to go to Ms. Serhan, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Before you this afternoon is the May operating budget versus actual report. Before we get into the agenda item itself, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things about the report. So this is the first operating report that you will have seen in 2022. From this point forward, they will be attached to your council agendas monthly. Typically, you'll see that the second meeting of the month, just due to the timing and what it takes to pull everything together. Next month is the second quarter. Like the end of June is the second quarter. So in July, you would see both capital and operating reports. And there will be an agenda item specific to those, and administration will speak to them. But from that point forward, we will just have them attached to the agenda for information when not on the quarter. So July's report and August report will be attached. And you'll be able to have access to that information and ask questions if you need to, but there won't be someone speaking to those amounts until the end of the third quarter. So I just wanted to go over that. Maybe one other thing I wanted to point out is at the bottom of the report, you'll see a net operations. The very bottom line in the budget is a net positive number of $11,682,072. And I just want to remind council what all that encompasses. So that number needs to be a surplus from operating so that it can fund some of 2022's capital projects, as well as being put into restricted surplus accounts to fund projects in years in the future. So and the capital funding for 2022 is made up of 3 different funding sources. One is some of the surplus from operations, some specific capital revenues, which is usually in the form of a grant or a sale of an asset, and restricted surplus accounts that are surpluses from previous years that were put aside for a specific purpose or project that is moving forward in the current year. So, any questions on that before I get into the report? Okay, so in the report itself, you'll see, oh, yes, Councillor Radcliffe.
Oh, Councillor Radcliffe,
Yes.
sorry.
Okay, no, it's just at the last minute. Just to clarify, so we have year-to-date in the 2022 budget column. That's year-to-date as well, or is that the
That's the total budget.
total?
Total.
The annual? Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, so in the report itself, it begins with revenues. And overall revenues are where we would expect them to be in 2022. I'll just speak to a few of the highlights. Public Works is above budget in the surface roads program and the infrastructure administration program revenues. And we anticipate higher costs in the surface road program due to the number of applications for the dust suppression program that happened in May of this year. This, of course, contributes to the revenue being elevated above budget in that area. The other program that's seen the increase is the Travis permitting revenue. This is due to strong oil prices and higher volumes of industrial activity in the county. the impact of which we have yet to see. We don't know what that increased activity, how it will impact other things such as maintenance and infrastructure. Corporate services appears to be above budget. However, there are several items that affect this number by the end of the year. So taxes are levied in May, and once the tax is levied, it is considered revenue. So it doesn't matter if it's collected or not, it's considered revenue. So the entirety of the tax levy is placed into revenue in May when taxes are levied. The tax sharing agreement amount has not been sent to the neighboring municipality yet, and typically isn't sent until the first penalty date, after the first penalty date, to have collection analysis first. And that doesn't mean that we wouldn't send it, it just means that we typically wait until we've collected the majority of our tax revenue, and then we would send the revenue sharing amount. The other thing that will affect the number in this line is the allowance for doubtful accounts for tax revenue. And 2021 proved to be better than expected for collection for Clearwater County. However, a conservative budget was put in place for non-collection before many of our arrears payments had been collected. So in December, there was still quite a bit outstanding for 2021, and we weren't sure how that year was going to fall out. And between December and May of 2022, a large portion of that industrial tax revenue has been collected. So puts Clearwater County in a positive financial position for tax collection for sure. And GIS had some success in selling some air photos above where they would normally be in May. Most of the Agriculture and Community Services Department's revenue is received from now until fall. So they're sitting where we would expect. There's hardly any revenue in that department yet, but that is typical. Planning and development is significantly higher than expected to the end of May, already being more than the expected budget for the entirety of 2022. This is due to strong lot sales continuing in Nordegg. In the last year's report in June, it was noted that one lot sale had been made in the manufactured home park, and the county was expecting some interest by the end of the year. It should be noted that most, if not all, of the lots have been sold to date. So in 12 months, we went from selling one lot to selling them all that were available in the home park since that time. And also the development permits are up from what was budgeted in 2022. The planning department has seen an increase in development permit applications. However, that isn't really contributing much to that bottom line that you see there. It's mostly the lot sales. Emergency and ledge services operating revenue appears higher than expected. However, most of the year's grant for the WUI team has already been recognized in 2022, and an internship grant was received that needs to be spread over 2 years, 2022 and 2023. Councillor Northcott?
Deputy Reeve, please.
For the peace officer program, for the revenue there, is that collection like for tickets and violations or anything like that?
Right, so there is a revenue stream through the province on the fines that are made out within Clearwater County. There's a formula. We don't receive the whole amount that's ticketed, but the province does reimburse the county for a portion, and they only reimburse the fines that are collected. So it's based on what fines, even though the fine is issued, it maybe isn't collected until that person renews their driver's license 4 years from now. Or however the province goes about collecting those fines. Once those fines are collected, then a portion of it is given back to Clearwater County, not 100%.
I was asked the question a couple days ago, and I was like, well, I don't know, but I'll ask and
Yeah,
find out. So the timing was perfect. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Operating expense balances are as expected, and it's noted that we are at 42% of the way through the year as far as time goes. However, most of the county's expenses come during the construction season of May until October or November. Council has expended most of their legal and contracted services budget already, And a reminder that Recreation is managed by one of the county's partners and that the county will receive an invoice later in the year for that amount. At the bottom of the report, you'll see the actual surplus being much higher than the budgeted surplus. And again, that's because the county's entire tax revenue is put in as revenue when it's levied. So, and there's only 5 months of actual expenses. And one thing maybe I'll touch on a little bit, even though it's part of the capital budget, and we'll maybe touch on it again next month, but the difference between accrual accounting and cash accounting, the county does do accrual accounting, but only once per year, and that's in December. So even though you'll get a capital project report from Public Works saying that this project is 90% complete, we might not see the invoices for that project until a month or two down the road. So you might get a capital budget report that says, oh, we've only spent 75% of that project. But on the Public Works report, it's substantially complete. Well, that could be because we just haven't received the invoice yet. And we don't accrue those invoices when the work is done because it's just too onerous for the benefit that we receive. So we only do that once, and that's December 31st. We accrue everything that we know is going to go forward for the work that's been completed to December 31st, but we don't do that in other months. So just a reminder that even though it says May on this report, probably most of the May invoices haven't been recorded yet in this report. That's all I have. Any questions?
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you. I do have a few questions.
Sure.
If we look at the planning development, the heritage line there, it's my understanding that, or at least based on the media release, that we aren't opening up the heritage site this year in Nordegg. Just really curious why we would budget for revenue if we weren't planning on opening it at all.
I think maybe decisions were made after the budget was put in place, but anyone else want to jump in?
What's our reason for not opening?
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The Heritage Museum, the old museum site, is budgeted and planned to go under renovations to accommodate the public library. So those renovations, the availability of the contractor fell over the summer months, which really created an impact on walking people through or conducting any meaningful tours. So it was decided to leave it closed this year and open it up full strong next year.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Supplementary.
Follow-ups. I'm curious how, if council has expended most of their legal and contracted services budget, how are we planning to manage that going forward? It's only May when this came through, so June.
I'll leave that to Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. We'll continue to monitor that and keep council informed through these monthly reports. I anticipate we're going to see additional legal costs yet before the year is done. And as it starts to press on the budget amount, we would come back with a recommendation for a budget transfer from contingency, most likely, for council's consideration to beef up that budget.
Thank you.
And Councillor Graham.
I would say it's the ghost. I have no
It's the
questions.
ghost.
My apologies.
Well, there's a ghost on Division 7 here too, so I'll go.
No, that's fine. Again, in the revenue section,
Yes.
can you explain the difference again on, under line 4,000, the corporate revenues, the difference between what was budgeted and year-to-date? Why are we a little bit lower in 2022 versus what we budgeted for? Is it because of and like you had said, that we had more collections from the 2021?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have anything to do with collections, but also in this line, besides the tax revenue, is all of the penalties. So we haven't put any penalties on any taxes yet. There's also tax certificate revenue and all the like incidentals, I guess, for corporate services. So those revenues are yet to come in, but the majority of all 100% of the tax revenue is noted in that 47 million.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll go to Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe it was March, please correct me if I was wrong, we had our audit, our financial audit happens in March, yes?
Well, the on-site portion of the audit happens in March, yes.
Okay, when does that come back to council for review?
The, typically, financial statements are due to the province for May 1st. Clearwater County filed for an extension on that because of the dissolution of the regional waste, and our extension was granted to July 1st. So we will definitely have something before council at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I was just looking at the solid waste expense, that it looks like we're going to come in under budget on that.
I would say not necessarily. I think there are still plans moving forward for what the overall service level looks like in that department. And some changes may happen within the year. I would say that also there are some year-end entries that happen in that where we have to expense out the liability that changes for the landfill and those sorts of things. So although you know, we say that there's 42% of the year that's gone by, there's so much variability in what transactions happen throughout the year for the municipality. It's not just, 1/12 of it will happen in each month. So even though it seems like it might be under budget at this point in time, I would caution that until more like October or November, once we have the solid waste management plan in place and any changes to any service level that we're going to do there.
I was really hoping you would say that we've been operating much more efficiently than we thought. Thank you.
We probably have also.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion that we receive the draft surplus, or no, that's not that one, my bad. Council receive the Clearwater County May 2022 budget versus actual operating report as information. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the questions.
That takes us to the end of section 8. I think a bit of housekeeping, item 9.3. Hold on, just let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yeah, item 9.3, council remuneration, that was circulated. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion to receive that for information. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And item 10, it's correspondence. A number of pieces of correspondence there. Sorry. Any questions, clarification, anything? Councillor Swanson, please.
I am looking at the letter from MP Stubbs in regards that they have a request. We kindly asked for you to express the 3 most important issues impacting your economic development as a rural community. I think that warrants a response to these 3 MPs that are, it's in regards to red tape reduction, et cetera, so maybe if that might be in consultation with our economic development officer in developing a response for that. That would be item 10.5, or
Okay.
sorry, 10.4.
Okay.
So,
So you're suggesting
maybe bring it back
Perhaps
as
a
an
bit of-
agenda item for,
Bring it back as an agenda item at a later, they're not really looking
there's
for
no end date.
something as an emergent
No.
letter here. I see it being postmarked here at June the 6th, we received it. And it was issued in June, so probably if we did have, some information come back to council, or at least this chair, that we could maybe issue
A response.
a response to what's presented here. Is that reasonable?
Sounds good.
Did you want to make a motion to that effect, that administration brings?
Sure. I'll
something
make that
back?
motion that we direct administration to come back with a response to the shadow ministers for rural economic development at a future meeting.
Okay. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Any other? Oh, go ahead.
I got one more.
No, this is good.
In the letter that we have received from Municipal Affairs and in looking at the allocations for MSI for this year, I think it's no surprise that we realize that things are going to slowly start drying. The well is going to start drying up, but I realize, I guess my question would be maybe to Mr. Hagan, when we get these particular MSI dollars, when do we decide to allocate it? Is that comes at budget time, or does that come next year?
We try and keep ahead of the curve for council's benefit, so we would be bringing information to you not just at budget time, but in strategic planning sessions as well. So as council's considering future projects and prioritizing those projects, you are aware of the funding options that are available and the trends that we're seeing in particularly grant funding, that sort of thing. So we try and keep that information as current as we possibly can. And as we see this stuff coming, we often are aware of it before we even get a formal letter as to what the amounts are that we're expecting. And we try and get that to you as quick as we can. You're welcome.
Okay. Additional questions? Seeing none, then I guess a motion to accept the remainder of those correspondences for information. Councillor Melhoff, further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Brings us down to item 11, notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to do a notice of motion that we direct administration to schedule individual councillors on a weekly rotation for a 3-hour drop-in session for residents in the councillor's office beginning September of 2022 to allow councillors and residents opportunity to additionally engage and discuss matters of interest within their division.
Okay. So then administration would bring back some information related to that at a future council meeting? Okay, thank you. Any further notices of motion? Seeing none, that moves us to item 12. Would somebody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe. Further discussion? All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you very much for your patience today. I think we're getting you out of here earlier than my anticipated 6:15. But thank you again for great questions today and lots of great feedback. Thank you.